Hey everyone. Sorry I'm late. I don't know if anyone's here. I had to change the time a couple times. Um, we're just going to start because I'm having a very bad day. Sorry, guys.
Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Pembroke, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Pembroke?
Almost 6 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Pembroke with?
I live with my boyfriend and our 3 children. 2 stepchildren that are with us half the time, and then my son, Ben.
And your son, how old is he?
He's 10.
I'm sorry.
10. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. And your stepchildren, how old are they?
15 and 13.
Now, do you work now?
I do.
What do you do?
I work in human resources.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over 6 years.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to New Year's Eve of 2021 into New Year's Day 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where you were?
I was in Aruba.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of how often was that a regular trip that you did around that time of year?
Yeah. We've been doing a trip like around that time for, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. This will be our 6th year, I believe.
And over the course of those 5 or 6 years that you've done that, when you say sort of we, how did that start and how was that expanded, if at all?
So we've been going, Josh and I have been going to Aruba for years. In 2021, post-COVID, we decided to bring our children. We had never gone with them before. And since it was post-COVID, a lot of people are kind of stir crazy. And a group of our friends jumped on board. And so we went from just the 5 of us going to approximately 60 people.
And as far as yourself and or the other people,
thanks for coming.
Is this all at one sort of facility or how were the bookings?
So we all stayed at the Renaissance, which is in downtown, and we buy timeshares. So it was a timeshare resort where we would purchase.
I'm going to be totally honest. I am in the worst mood. I started this stream crying. So I apologize if I'm not talking and I can't stop crying. So sorry, everyone. I will get it together. I'm having a really shitty day. I don't know. I guess I could rant about it for a minute and get it out of my system. But I don't know why people that are considered your family members and they say they care about you and love you can treat you like such shit. I don't get it. I've talked a little bit on the stream about someone in my family who constantly makes fun of the way I talk. Well, not makes fun of, but constantly bitches about the way I talk. I talk too fast. I slur my words. I could go on and on. About criticisms and the put downs that I get, to the point where I eliminated this person from my life for years. And then when my mom passed away, it was kind of forced to be back. And I don't know why I put up with it. I'm tired. I'm sorry, Annie. If you can relate, I get it. It's a difficult because you sit there and you tell yourself they're family. And for so many years, I took this shit and I finally had enough. And I cut it out of my life for years, and it was better. But I unfortunately needed some help after my mom passed away. And with the issue I'm having right now with my bank, I simply asked for a favor. And instead of realizing what he could do for me, I got a shitload of, well, you could do this and you should have done this. Why can't you think ahead? Why are you this? And it's like, I don't get it. Like, how the hell can you explain to someone who lives a completely different lifestyle than you, has never had to worry about money a day in their life, what it's like to live, work several jobs, have the medical conditions I do, and not, in today's world, not very few people have extra money. It's insane. Like, and instead of realizing how much he could help by doing something so small, I get to listen to 20 minutes of a lecture. Ugh. Anyway, I apologize for doing this. This is not what I plan to do on my streams, but at this point, I really don't care. I need to get it out of my system, so I stop freaking crying. Ugh. You guys are so sweet. I'm so sorry, you guys. I feel awful doing this, but I got to a point where I can't take anymore, and I'm literally hit my limit to the point where I'm just gonna do. I'm ready to cut him out of my life again. I just turned 47 years old, and I can't deal with this shit no more. I can't. I don't talk to my mom's half of the family now that she's gone because similar issues. They just don't get it. Yeah. I get it, Annie. I totally get it. And this is the sad thing. All I did, I was about to say, this person, I simply asked, he knows the situation, you guys know too, that I've had with my bank and my freaking mobile company taking the $600 that I'm still waiting to get back. And all I simply did, he always carries around Visa gift cards, like $25, $50. And I asked him if he had an extra one that he could send me the numbers to so I could order a few groceries until I get this money back. And instead of realizing, like, I'm not asking for, some frivolous shit here, or am I asking for a ton of money? I get a lecture about why I'm not prepared for this kind of emergency. Like, seriously, how can you prepare for someone taking $600 besides saving it? And when in this world where even a small trip to the grocery store costs you $150, how is it easy to just save $600? It's not. I'm sorry. To prepare for when someone takes $600 they shouldn't have. Like, seriously. It defies logic. I just don't get it. But for someone who never has suffered, like my mom or me, with health conditions and not being able to work. Excuse me, sorry, I had to blow my nose. Not being able to work, like I used to, make as much money as I used to, and he's never been sick, like, never had a health condition, a chronic health condition. He has no idea what it's like. And when he does get sick, like the flu or whatever, he's the biggest freaking baby. They all are. They never understand what it's like to have to deal with something like that on a daily basis. God forbid they deal with a cold or a flu for a few days and they lose it. Oh, sorry. I am not a happy person today. You lost your husband a year ago. Oh God, Annie, I'm so sorry. You lost your husband a year ago and a year ago and a half before my mom, and so I can only work part-time. See, I get it, Annie. My son can only go to school half a day because of his medical issues, and I need to figure out how to cover everything with no help. Oh, Annie, my heart goes out to you, sweetie. So, yeah, you totally get it. Totally. Like, and you know what? I didn't get a birthday present from this person. I didn't get anything more than a happy birthday text, by the way, which is fine. Sorry. I should have shut off my speaker. I just don't care right now. Hey Sarah, sorry you came into my rant. I'm crying, I'm a mess, I'm pissed. I can't take anymore from dumbass people. So I apologize. As you guys know, I'm a crier, and like no matter what I try to do, I try to stop crying. It just doesn't want to work. Oh, you're up. I'm so sorry. You guys don't want to listen to that, but I needed to get it out. I'm done. All right. Sorry. My nose is ridiculous. The crying is ridiculous. I know. The whole world is crazy, right? No, Sarah, I was just talking about a family member who all I asked them for was an extra I don't know. If you want to hear the story, go back, I guess. I simply asked somebody who in my family who treats me like shit, but I had to reconnect with after my mom passed away. He knows the issue that I'm having with $600 being taken out of my bank that they shouldn't have taken. I'm waiting for it to get back. It's taking forever. I simply asked this person if they had, because they carry extra vanilla Visa gift cards around in their wallet like crazy. I asked him if he could send me a copy of one so I could order a couple groceries. And instead of realizing the help he could do, I got 20 minutes of lecture before I just said, okay, forget it. Whatever. I'm done. So that's my drama for today. Oh. Swear to God. It's a terrible thing when you need even the tiniest bit of help and you can't rely on a family member, a very, very close family member, to just be supportive for 5 minutes. Jesus Christ. Yep. I did it. Like I did it, Annie. I said I did it for 4 years. I did it. And it was kind of forced, like I said, upon me. And it is what it is. And I'm ready to go back to where this person wasn't in my life. And I'll be much happier for it, I'll tell you. So, you're sweet, Sarah. Thank you. So let me start maybe I should start my afternoon with a grift. If anyone wants to buy me $20 of groceries, I have a PayPal. link. I mean, seriously, this is what this person spent 20 minutes lecturing me that I wasn't prepared for $600 being yanked out of my account that they shouldn't be taken, and that I don't have money now to buy freaking groceries until that money's put back. Like, seriously, are you fucking kidding me? Hold on, I'm gonna mute you. Give me a second. I don't want you guys hearing this. Sorry. So yeah, that's where I'm at today. I tried to not cry on stream, and then I just couldn't help myself. I tried to say hi to Annie, and yeah, it just came out. So I figured if I rant for it for 10 minutes, maybe it'll just get the cry out and I'll feel better. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Learn what resources you have around you and don't be scared. Yeah, I mean, Annie, I'll be honest. I've never had to use I've been on Medicaid when I had my surgeries when I couldn't work at all. But I've never had to use anything crazy. I've always maintained, my independence, and I live a simple life. I'm not materialistic. I get only what I need. And I don't need a lot. I pay my rent. I even sold my car because I was like, why pay for a car once I started working from home? Like, what's the big deal, So when I do this and I'm doing everything I can do to just, live within my means, I do that. Like I said, I had $600. And when someone takes that kind of money out of your account that they shouldn't have taken, then they don't put it back, and you simply ask someone who supposedly is a family member who cares about you for $25, who didn't give you a birthday present, didn't do anything of the sort, and then they, instead of thinking that might be a nice thing to do, considering what I'm dealing with, I get a lecture. Like, how dare you not be prepared for that? How dare you this? How dare you that? You should do this. You should do that. And it's like, fuck you. Oh, hey, I'm sorry, Cheryl. I'm sorry for you guys just coming into this. I apologize. I'm on a rant. And then as soon as my rant's over, I'll be good to go. I've had a morning already. And I'm cranky because I'm hungry. I'm dealing with this shit. I'm tired. And I don't like confrontation. I hate it. It takes a lot to get me truly angry. And when I'm angry, that's when, I start hanging up because I know I'll say things that I don't mean. Oh, Sarah, I'm sorry. If I'm making you guys upset, I'm sorry. Oh, I hate being a crier. I just want to stop crying, and it's like no matter how hard I try, it won't stop. Hold on. So maybe if I stop talking about it, I will stop crying. But I had to get it out of my system. So I appreciate you guys listening. It is what it is. Thank you, Annie. I won't look into it. But once I have, that money back in my account, it also, I get paid every 2 weeks, which doesn't help either. So when something like this happens, those that get paid every week don't realize how lucky they are sometimes, I'll be honest, because getting a bigger paycheck, but making it spread 2 weeks, knowing that you're not going to get any more for 2 weeks, you have to be very, very careful. And when you have bills to pay and then have to wait 2 weeks, it's even harder. And then when someone takes that kind of money that they shouldn't have taken. They're taking their sweet ass time to put it back. What are you supposed to do? You know, I mean, at this point, I'm like, God, excuse me for thinking family, someone who says they love you and care about you, would be the person to reach out to in a moment like that. You know what I mean? My bad. Oh. Okay, I think I got it out of my system. So, where were we? Thank you for listening to my rant and cry and blow my nose for 20 minutes. I'm very sorry about that. Just when you get to a point where you can't help it, and it's either scream at the live YouTube I just started or hold it all in to the point where I'm ready to punch a wall, I think is even worse. So I appreciate all you guys for being here, and listening to that. And we will move on. Which does bring me to another point too, which didn't help, that I've still been dealing with that stupid buy me a copy website. I don't know what. Angie M from the chat rat started her page after, just recently. She made her account in like minutes, and I'm still 2 days later still trying to figure out what the hell is the problem. Why am I always the one? This is why I tell people, and I know I said this yesterday, but it's part of my rant today, so I'm just going to say it again, is that why when I tell people that when something can go wrong, I'm the one it goes wrong on, they don't believe me, and yet I prove, like, you want receipts? I can show you receipts of, the Cash App now, the buy me a coffee, everything, the fucking Boost Mobile taking money they shouldn't have taken. I mean, this shit happens to me all the time. And these 3 things just happened to me in the last, couple weeks. So if that tells you anything. Anyway, this is not how I want my channel, but this will be a one-time thing. I needed to get out of my system just because of the timing of the moment. And I know people out there can relate. I know how hard the society is right now, psychologically speaking, economically speaking. It is a very hard world to live in right now for everyone, almost everyone. And so I know people can relate. And my heart goes out to everyone out there that is dealing with who knows what. People, we never know what our fellow human being is going through. And that's one of the things I've always said that can't be expressed enough, is that you never know the next person that you come across, that just giving them a smile or a wave, you never know what that's going to do for them. So just be kind to your fellow human beings. That's all I ask. Sarah, now you're going to make me cry. This is not why I did this. Sarah. I got it, Sarah. You are so... That's not why I was doing this, just so you know. I just needed to get it off. I just needed to get it off of my chest. And Sarah, I love you to death. I love all you guys to death. You guys are the greatest. You guys make my day every day. You make me laugh. In a world, sometimes it's hard to laugh. And I truly, you'll never know how much it means to me that you guys were here to start my channel with me. You come here every day and hang out. And I truly appreciate you all. And Sarah, I can't thank you enough for what you just did. Yeah, Annie, I see your comment. I actually do have 2 accounts. The problem is like I said, if I wasn't in my off week of paychecks, if I wasn't like everything, this just happened to be the worst week right now. And I mean, without going into even more detail, if this had happened any other week, it wouldn't have been the issue it was. Even if they had done this. And it's just been a domino effect. It's been one thing after another these last couple weeks. And it is what it is. And I appreciate, again, you guys letting me get off my chest. Don't make me. Oh, God. Thank you, Sarah, for making me laugh. Oh. Don't make me summon Lord Morg and blow your chat up with Lord of the Rings folklore. And I have to say, oh my God, Sarah, I read the books when I was little. Like, I read The Hobbit, which was one of the very first books I ever read, and like novel books I ever read when I was little. My mom loved that book. And then I read the Lord of the Rings books. And I have never seen the movies. People have told me I need to see the movies. And I was thinking, ironically enough, that you brought that up, Sarah, is that, hey, Dodo, thanks for coming. I was just thinking about how you can watch movies like, and how I have my Discord right now. I was thinking, you guys, we could do a Lord of the Rings night or something, because if I don't watch it with other people, I probably will never watch it. But everyone tells me they're worth watching, especially if I enjoyed the books. So, yeah. So maybe we can look into doing something like that in the near future. That would be fun. Yeah. But Sarah, you did the impossible. You got me to stop crying because you got me to laugh. I truly appreciate you. Yeah, don't threaten us with a good time. I know, right? I mean, what was it? The last 27 minutes have been so depressing. So, I mean, I just depressed you all for the day. And now, yeah, I'm threatening you with a good time. So, that'll be fun. Yeah, I'm definitely going to look into doing that, really, because I really do actually want to see those movies. Those are the type of movies that I just don't get into watching on my own. Kind of like Game of Thrones. I never watched Game of Thrones until my ex-boyfriend was in the 7th season. And he's like, if you want to watch it, you got to catch up. And I binge watched 6 seasons of Game of Thrones in like 2 weeks just to catch up to watch season 7. And then to be disappointed with season 8, it's that kind of thing. Like, I would have never watched that show had it not been for someone else. Hi, James. I recommend anyone who is just coming in, do not rewind the last 30 minutes. It is me crying and bitching, and it's not worth listening to be totally honest with you. Let's put it that way. But it's just one of those days. Sarah came in, swooped in, and was my savior today by making me laugh and sending me a donation. And man, you guys, all of you, it's not even just her, all of you just being here makes me smile. That you guys come here every day and hang out with me is just amazing. So I truly, truly appreciate you all. No leaky eyes. Yeah, they already leaked. So I think they're getting to the point where no more can come out. Finally. So we're good. We're good. I am gonna mute you for a second so you don't hear me blow my nose for like the 30th time. So hold on. Alrighty. So yeah. We are I figured we should get back into the trial because the more and more I go through the Google Drive, the more and more I get into questions of what exactly happened in the first trial. Was this used? Was this not used? And I think going through the Google Drive is going to do me no good until we finish this trial. So unless someone wants me to show something specific, let's hold off on the rest of the Google Drive until we're done with the first trial. And like I said, if anyone has any other ideas or wants to see something specific, please let me know. But today we're gonna go. Thanks, James. You guys are so awesome. I love you all. I'm so happy to have you guys. This girl, I don't even know what her name is. The next two witnesses, Laura Sullivan. There's two witnesses before Brian Higgins. Both their testimonies are like 20 minutes. So we'll get through these, and then we're getting into Brian Higgins today. We're getting into Higgy Bear, and I am definitely intrigued, as I was with Jen McCabe's testimony, to see Brian Higgins' testimony in full. So here we go. This is, again, Laura Sullivan. I have no idea who she is, but we're about to find out.
People owned. And so if they weren't going for that year, we would buy a week. So we were able to get, I think.
I didn't start it from the beginning, apparently.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Laura Sullivan, Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Pembroke, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Pembroke?
Almost 6 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Pembroke with?
I live with my boyfriend and our 3 children.
Hey, Steven.
2 stepchildren that are with us half the time, and then my son, Ben.
And your son, how old is he?
He's 10.
Well,
10.
thank you for hitting that like button. I appreciate you guys.
how old?
I appreciate
15 and 13.
Even if you're just,
Now,
you
do
know,
you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I work in human resources.
stopping by.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over 6 years.
Oh, these were the women in Aruba.
Turn your
Oh,
attention to,
okay.
New Year's Eve of
Thank you.
2021 into New Year's Day of 2022. Do you recall that?
Yeah,
time?
then I'm
I do.
actually kind of
I do
interested
recall
in
where
what
you
they had to
I was
say.
in Aruba.
I don't really know
And,
that. Besides, he
if you
was
could
caught
explain to the jury
kissing
sort
one
of
of them or something.
How often
I
is that a
think
regular
that's
trip you
it.
did around that time of year?
We've been doing a trip like
California.
around that time for,
I've seen that movie.
I'd say,
for a long time.
5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
This will be our 6th year, I believe.
And over the course of those 5 or 6 years that you've done that, when you say sort of we, how did that start and how was that expanded if at all?
So we've been going, Josh and I have been going to Aruba for years. In 2021, post-COVID, we decided to bring our children. We had never gone with them before. And since it was post-COVID, a lot of people are kind of stir crazy. And a group of our friends jumped on board. And so we went from just the 5 of us going to approximately 60 people.
And as far as yourself and or the other people, how, was this all at one sort of facility or how were the bookings?
So we all stayed at the Renaissance, which is in downtown, and we buy timeshares. So it was a timeshare resort where we would purchase weeks that people owned. And so if they weren't going for that year, we would buy a week. So we were able to get, I think it was something, close to 20 rooms for all of us to go for the same week.
And as far as the planning in regard to that year in particular, when did that planning process sort of begin?
It starts approximately a year in advance because the rooms go on sale almost immediately because people want to get rid of them. So I would say it was probably around January of 2021 that we booked our room for that year.
And once you had booked your room, as far as the family and friends group that you were talking about, how was that sort of put out to them, like through what means?
We would, I would post on Facebook. More rooms are available for Aruba if anybody was interested in going. So the timeshare owners would reach out to me directly. Is there anybody else who would want to go? And we would look for any interested either friends or what have you to join our trip.
And so at some point in time over the summer of 2021, say July or August or so, was there someone who friend of yours that reached out in regard to possibly coming on the trip?
Yeah, I received a text message from John O'Keefe interested in learning more information about our trip.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how do you know John?
I met John in May of 2013. I met him at a bar in South Boston he was with Pat Rogers at the time. Post meeting John, I started dating Pat, and my son's father is Pat Rogers. And
Stop you there just
yep.
a moment. So as far as John O'Keefe and your son's father, Pat Rogers, Did you know or did you come to know sort of what they did for a living?
Yeah, they were both Boston police officers.
And did you know sort of what the relationship was beyond co-workers of Mr. O'Keefe and his wife?
Yeah. They were best friends.
So at some point following that meeting in 2013, you began to date Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened?
So in July of 2013, I became pregnant. And in November of 2013, Pat committed.
And okay.
Yeah.
Following that,
Does Lily
how
seriously
would you describe
just
the
ask this witness
relationship?
if he's okay, if she's okay? I mean, not that that's a bad thing, but seriously, like every other witness, well, they're very few and far between that have said something about being emotional or whatever. He just completely ignores them, like it's, whatever. Or just says, well, I'm sorry, but kind of like Brennan did. Just ridiculous.
Mr. O'Keefe, or how did it evolve?
So in November of 2013, I was on a work trip and I had not had the best conversation with Pat. It just didn't feel right. And I called John and said, you need to go find him. I can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. And so John left his nephew's birthday party and called a bunch of people on the way. And ultimately, Pat was found
I know.
in the basement of
We
his
still
house.
gotta find out if it snowed, damn it.
John was there immediately following, but he was the one that
Why didn't
found
Lily
people
start
to
out
go
with
find
it?
Pat.
Did it snow that day? Oh, that's right. She wasn't
immediately
there.
following that, John never really left my side, as a support system.
I know, right? I don't get this shit.
At some point following that, you had your son.
Yeah.
And before or after that, at some point, you had a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to your son.
It was his birthday, December of 2013, and
Yeah.
we went to the
I
playwright,
noticed
which
that
is where
too.
we had
She grabbed
all met.
tissues and yet
And
she had no
I gave him a
tears
card and I
coming
asked him to
out.
be Ben's godfather, and he said
But
yes.
trust me, from a crier who
And
just
in relation
bawled
to
her
your
eyes
son,
out on,
was Mr. O'Keefe,
I mean,
John
luckily I
involved in
wasn't on
something like-
camera,
Yes,
but
very much so.
And how so?
trust me,
He was
tears come
every birthday,
flowing
Christmas.
the minute I start crying.
He was always in contact. He was the first person in my delivery room after I gave birth. He was a constant. He was a connection to Pat, and always making sure that Ben was taken care of in the sense of being there to tell stories or what have you from his relationship with Pat.
And through sort of his relationship with you and your son, Mr. O'Keefe also become familiar with your family as well.
Yeah. Yep.
And in regard to your family,
Hey, Cheryl, don't work too hard,
how
okay,
would
hon?
they refer to Mr. O'Keefe?
The Godfather. He was called the Godfather to almost everybody.
Now, ma'am, if I can turn your attention back to that summer of 2021, you received a text from Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Mhm.
And
Oh, I'm sorry. You do have to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
after you received that text, did you reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I gave him a call because I was excited. I was immediately excited.
I know this
I
is
gave him a
kind
call,
of
explained it.
mean, but like I said, we all need levity. And today, you know what? I really don't care. But I swear, do you see? She has a gold necklace on, and it's sideways. I honestly thought that was a mole, and then I'm like, is that makeup? And then I realized it was attached to a gold chain, and I'm like, oh, she just needs to fix her necklace. This is all what I'm thinking while I'm listening to her testimony.
Him that we had a group of rooms. We were going with, I don't even know the number at that time that had signed up to go, but it was a lot of kids. It was all of our friends, and that they would have a great time.
And from that, did he give you any sense or say anything about who from was it just himself or like who was coming along?
He had mentioned that it would be the kids, and he said Karen would be joining him as well.
And at that point, at some point subsequent to that, you knew him to be referring to Karen, correct?
Yes.
At that point, had you met Karen Reed? Did you know who that was?
I had not. I knew that they were dating, but I had never met Karen, no.
And in addition to himself, it would be Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and his niece and nephew, Patrick and Gail.
Correct, yes.
And if you know, in relation to your son, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, where are they in relation to our age?
They're like 3 years apart. 3 years apart.
Now, when you have that phone conversation with Mr. O'Keefe, what if any interest does it show as far as going through?
Hey,
After
Katie.
asking a couple questions, I could hear Karen in the background, and he put Karen on the phone, and that was the first time I had spoken to her.
Have a
He
good
basically said,
workout.
just talk to her so you can answer her questions.
Do you recall what kind of questions?
We're gonna
they were,
be.
or-
Oh, hold on. Let
She
me
was
pause just for a second. We're going to be getting to Brian Higgins' testimony, and I'd like to get through it all today if we can. I really don't know. I didn't look at how long it is. At least get through his direct, but I prefer to get through it. So I have no problem streaming till we streamed the other day until like 8:30. So, and I started late today. So if you were still streaming, please feel free to come on back. But don't work out too hard, just like Cheryl shouldn't work too hard. Nobody work too hard, whether it's working out or work, okay? Okay.
In the room setup, how many people could sleep in a room, and how the room is.
While we're paused, sorry, Sarah and everyone, I just ordered some DoorDash. So, yay. I'll let you know when it gets here. I'll have to let you know. I'll be back in a couple minutes, but I'm all excited now. Thank you, guys. Love you all.
Set up, you have a king-size bedroom, and then there's a kitchen area, and then there's a living room that has a pull-out couch. And I explained that it's a 4-person occupancy room, and you could get a roll-away bed as well.
And following that conversation, when was the next time, if at all, that you had any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed in regard to the room?
So during that conversation, Karen mentioned that she needed her own bathroom and she needed her own space, and that she wanted 2 rooms.
Okay,
and so
Katie.
I put them in contact with a woman that I knew had 2 rooms, for them to, figure that piece out. I don't handle any of that. I put people in contact with whoever owns the rooms. I put them in contact with the woman who had the 2 rooms, and I know that they had, paid her relatively quickly. I mentioned to John that the rooms, I couldn't promise that the rooms would be next to each other, and they weren't. They were on opposite sides of the hotel, but they got 2 rooms.
And when you say opposite sides of the hotel, where sort of where those rooms were in relation to each other, and who stayed in which room?
So the pool and lobby is in the center, and then the hotel comes like this, and there are pool walkout rooms on the first floor of each. And Karen and John were on this side, and the kids were on this side, and they both had walkout rooms.
And as far as sort of front door to front door, do you know about how far away they were from each other?
I would say,
well, if they were across from the
steps
pool,
wise, maybe 200. But I mean, the hotel is it's small enough, but it was separated by a lobby, the front entrance, the outside entrance.
Now, with regard to your arrival, when was it that you arrived in Aruba?
So the timeshare rooms run Friday to Friday. So we were booked for the 31st through the 7th. Josh's birthday is December 30th. So we went down as a family a day early, and we had friends who were already down there since Christmas. John's timeshare room woman reached out and said, hey, we're leaving early if you want to arrive early. So him, Karen, and the kids actually came down on the 30th as well. They were on the flight following us. And then the rest of the 60-ish people, however many were there, showed up on the 31st.
And so from that first day that you arrived there, as far as when you got there on the 30th, when was the first time that you saw John, or when was the first time that you saw anyone from that?
It was, we were at the pool, so it was not long after they had landed. He texted me and said, we're here. And Ben and I jumped out of the pool and went to the lobby to see him. And then on the way back from the lobby, I saw somebody banging on the window on the left-hand side of the rooms, and I didn't know who it was. And then I saw Kaylee, and I was like, oh, well, that must be Karen.
And again, was this the first time that you had seen Karen face to face or met Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, as far as Ms. Reed is concerned, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that
she's right there.
Essentially where to reflect identification of the defendant.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, after you see this person bang on the window and you recognize Kaylee, what happened?
She came out, she gave me a big hug, said, it's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I recognized you from pictures.
And following along from there, what happened then as far as the day was concerned?
So as I mentioned, it was Josh's birthday. We had already made plans to go out for dinner. Our friends who had been there since Christmas have a 17-year-old daughter who watched our children so we could go out for dinner. I mentioned it to John. I said, we'll just add you to the reservation. You can join us for dinner. The kids can stay with Chloe. And they said, absolutely. So we all went out for dinner that evening to Screaming Eagle.
And Screaming Eagle, where is that in relation to the hotel room?
It's probably about a 15-ish minute cab ride.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the dinner or how it went?
So we were sitting outside on the patio. It was Karen, myself, our friend Laura. Across from Laura was her husband, Dave. Josh was in front of me, and John was in front of Karen.
And what, if anything, specifically you recall about the dinner or sort of what happened at dinner?
So we, the waiter came over. He started taking drink orders. Karen placed her order. I placed mine. Laura placed hers. Dave placed his. And then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
Okay.
I'll allow it. I don't know where it's going, and you can move to strike unless you wanted to see me, Mr. Yannetti. Okay.
Who cares what they have in the bar? Like, anybody else, like, what is this? What is
at
point of
the
this?
end of the evening, as far as bill comes at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that?
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
And what any reaction did you or anyone have?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines. And she declined, saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
Bring your attention to the following.
Doesn't that benefit Karen?
What, if anything, do you recall about the next day being that would have been, 31st, is that correct?
Yes.
So turning your attention to December 31st, 2021. What, if anything, do you recall about that day in specific regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
John was very vocal on the 30th on how he just wanted to sit in the pool and watch the Alabama game.
And he was a pretty big Alabama fan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so over the course of that day, what, if any, interaction did you have with either, with Mr. What, if any, interaction did you have with him?
I saw him in the pool. I know he was sitting at the pool bar watching the game with Josh. I saw the kids. I recall seeing Karen. I don't remember if we spoke or not, but it was mostly in the pool because we were waiting for the rest of our friends to show up.
Now, amongst the rest of your friends that showed up, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings?
I have 2.
Movie sounds.
And brother or sister?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister.
And with reference to your younger sister, what's her name?
Marietta.
And how much younger than you is Mary?
She's 10 years younger than me.
Yeah, I don't get her testimony, Sarah. Like,
She was.
what is the point of all this? Like, I understand.
When was the first time you saw her?
It's tough to remember, but I want to say everybody showed up on one of the first or second flights that came out of Boston. So I'd say she was there by 1 p.m.
And if you recall, what, if any, plans were there as far as dinner was concerned on that evening in New Year's?
So what we tend to do is book reservations, and if people are interested in joining, they can join us. And that night we had approximately 40 people going to have dinner on the beach at Moomba Beach. Around, I want to say it was like 7 o'clock. We had our reservations for.
And did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, join you for dinner that evening?
They did not know.
Now, let me take a step back just for a moment. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, prior to your arrival in Aruba, did you have her phone number, or did you have any way of contacting her?
No.
And when was it that you got Ms. Reed's phone number?
John had added her and I and Chloe to a group text the night that we had gone out for dinner to make sure that we could all communicate with Chloe to make sure the kids were okay.
So you got her phone number in relation to watching kids, as far as Patrick and Kaylee and their children and everybody?
Correct.
You were trying to communicate with the dog.
If you recall, you go out to dinner, you take a reservation at about 7 or so. Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to the hotel?
I want to say it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock by the time my group got back. I know there was a couple different seatings. So
that's what I said.
We probably got back around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And as far as your group was concerned, your sister Marietta, was she within your group that went out to dinner?
Yes. Yep.
Baby,
And,
Sarah, I don't
beyond,
get it. Like, this testimony makes
your
no
younger sister
sense.
Marietta, did you have other sort of immediate family with you on the trip as well?
My mother was with us as well.
Like,
And with regards,
who cares where their rooms were? That they had a timeshare, that they were in a hotel, that their kids were in one room, then they were drinking olive or having olives with stuffed with blue cheese. Like, who gives a shit?
to your sister Marietta and your mother, what if anything was there as far as where were each of them staying?
So they had their own room. I think it was a couple away from us on the 5th floor.
Is that the top floor as far as this hotel?
Yes.
Now, once you arrived back from dinner, where was it you and your group went?
We go to the pool area. The kids can swim. We ring in the new year at the pool bar, watching it on the TVs, and then watching fireworks.
What does this have to do with anything?
Back to the hotel and you went at some point to the pool area. Your sister Marietta, do you know where she went?
She actually, when we got back from dinner, she went up to her room with my mom and essentially put my mom to bed. She didn't want to be up anymore. But she went to go change as well.
Chloe
Now,
was
when you came
babysitting
down
in
to the
Aruba.
area, as
She's
far as
always
Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed
17-year-old
were
girl.
concerned, did you see them in that area?
I saw John, I want to say around 10:30-ish. I don't know the exact time. It was definitely before midnight.
And where in relation to the hotel did you see him at 10:30?
He was standing behind me at the pool bar.
And at some point does your sister come out to the pool area after putting your mother to bed?
Yeah, so right before I saw John at the pool bar, I saw my sister. She came out and she was visibly upset.
And, Your Honor, in regard to the instruction that you would request about this, maybe.
All right, thank you. So, jurors, you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by Ms. Reed. Be mindful that the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictments. The witness's testimony may not and indeed must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she has a propensity to commit the crimes with which she has been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But You may consider
I got
the
you,
act solely on the
James.
limited issue of the state of mind of the defendant and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe,
That was
as
me.
it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed the act or acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe, as it may go to motive. And just for the records, my findings are the same that I made at sidebar previously. Go ahead, Mr. Riley.
Thank you. Now, with regard to at some point, your sister comes out to the pool area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said,
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
No, I'll allow that.
she was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area.
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out to the pool area?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you. So you're about to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally. Yes, yep.
So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like call, text, call, and text.
Audio.
And it said Karen on his phone.
After you made that observation, what did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, "Yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this."
Was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day. No.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there, at least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, to everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that.
Okay. No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you?
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about that?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes.
The person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
He was, yes.
And was that person that she was dating was on the trip as well? Were they at the cabanas on that day that you?
They were, yes.
Now, as far as
Okay, Dodo.
some conversation.
Glad
in
we can
regards
keep
to
you
your
company.
sister, and then at some point you go back.
I
and have
hate
a conversation with
ironing.
Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said, I texted him back. I said, I just talked to Etta. She said, absolutely not. That did not happen.
I don't mind doing laundry.
That's sustained. I'll strike
folding
that.
and stuff, but I can't
Now,
stand
at some
ironing.
point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed and or the kids come out to the cabana area?
They did, yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the cabana?
But Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the commander?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And
I think that's why I kind of made myself do like folding and doing laundry like a Zen exercise for me, because I take things out of the dryer right when they're done, get them folded or hung up so I don't have to iron. That's the whole point. I don't iron unless I absolutely have to. I'm a desktop swipe away. Yay, don't work too hard.
For the cabana situation or the cabana day, what happened then?
Post that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
So following that change in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw him?
I'd spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance. So we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. We had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel, and he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. And then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. And they ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said, it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw her?
So the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much. And I said, well, you're definitely in again for next year. And he said, absolutely. And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to this read, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January, Thursday?
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now, after Ruben, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe after that?
I talked to him via text a couple times about a couple different things, but one of them was, as I mentioned, we start planning a year in advance. And I said, rooms are coming available. Are you in? And he said, let me recover from this trip first.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to Saturday, January 29th, 2020. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And at some point, morning or during that day, did you get a call?
I did. I received a call from,
I'll hear that she received a call from someone.
I received a call from my aunt
And what did you learn in the call from your aunt? Okay.
I'll want
that John O'Keefe had passed away.
And after you hung up the phone with your aunt, what did you do with that?
it is subject to striking.
I called him. I called anybody's number that I had associated with the family. I ended up calling Kaylee. I texted Kaylee. I texted Karen.
And without any regard to what Kaylee said, did Kaylee respond to you via text?
She did.
And at some point, the defendant, Ms. Reed, respond to you as well?
She did.
Was that a phone call or a text, or how did she respond?
It was a text later that afternoon.
And do you recall what she said in the text that you got?
She said, hi, Laura. John has passed. And
Recall what, if anything, you responded to that?
I said, oh my God, what happened? And she said, we found him in the snow at 5 a.m.
And what, if anything, did you ask her, or how did you respond?
I said, what happened? I just recall, kind of going into a tailspin, asking a bunch of questions. And she mentioned, she said, I don't know. We were both at the same party. I didn't go in. I went home.
Thank you. I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Yeah,
You were not
completely
present at the
agree,
Waterfall Bar and
Stephen.
Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
I kind of
You were
mentioned
not
it a
present at
couple
34
times
Fairview
that
Road in
I
Canton
didn't
on
mean to
January
do that.
29th of 2022.
How Lally, I mean, just from the very beginning, with his opening statement, overwhelming the jury with a bunch of people's names, and he just like the jury was probably like, "What the fuck did you just say?" after the opening statement, and now he's just bombarding them with people that don't even matter in this case. Like none of this fucking matters. So ridiculous.
Yet you'll agree with me that
Hey, Maylin.
Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, visited you at your home all the way in Pembroke, Massachusetts.
That's okay,
on
Maylin.
February 8th of 2022.
You didn't miss
to
much
interview you.
besides my rant in the first 30 minutes. So if you don't want to hear me
Anything
crying
else?
and sniffling and
Just
that,
briefly,
just
as far as,
ignore the first 30 minutes.
Trooper Proctor coming to your house, was he alone, or who, if anyone else, was he with when he
He
came?
was with another trooper,
Sally is a
Okay. Do you recall who that trooper was?
100%.
Trooper Fanning.
Nothing further on.
I'm still, even watching, I know we haven't watched the entire trial yet, but watching what I have, I would still prefer Lally over Spanky. Spanky's voice is ridiculous to the point where I got to a point I couldn't take it at times during the second trial. So annoying. Wait until I find out about the snow. Was it snowing, Stephen? Damn. Didn't know that. Always in the snow, never on Albert's lawn. Exactly.
Sullivan, please.
Well, her name is Marietta Sullivan. Yeah. Marietta Sullivan.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to the court and jury in case now here's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yeah, I do get that part of it, James, but damn, how long before it was? Like, was it a month? Like, it's not like that's going to come up a month later after they just had a really good time at the bar. Everyone said they were lovey-dovey and didn't fight, and then whatever happened in the car, who knows? But so dumb.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon.
A month.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I was
Could
right.
you please state your name and spell your last name?
So
Sure. My name is Marietta Sullivan. Last name is Sullivan.
And where do you live in?
Right now I live in Plymouth
And how long have you lived in?
since July of the past summer, so not even a year yet.
And do you work there?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a director at a memory care community,
How long have you been doing it?
just over a year.
Now, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you
I have two,
have? Older, younger?
both older,
And brother, sister?
brother and sister,
And your sister, what's her?
Laura Sullivan.
And what's sort of the age difference between yourself and your sister?
We are 10 years apart.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, specifically 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where it was that you were or where you were going for that time?
Yes, sir. We were going to Aruba for a family trip.
And is that sort of an annual family trip?
It has become since then. It was the first time I had attended.
And do you recall sort of the time frame on that trip as far as when you were leaving, when you were coming?
Yeah. So we left on Friday the 31st and we returned the next week, Friday the 7th.
And when you say we, who is?
My mother and I flew out together with another group of people to meet my sister and brother-in-law down in Aruba.
And at that time, so to meet them down there, had Sister Laura, had she flown down prior to you?
She had, yes.
And at that particular time, were you dating someone?
I was seeing somebody, yes.
And the person that you were seeing, was that person coming on the trip as well?
He was, yeah, the day after we got there.
So your sister arrives on the 30th, you arrive on the 31st, and the person you were seeing arrives on the 1st.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived there, do you know about how many people were on this trip?
I would say over 30, upwards of, I would say over 30 is the best estimate I could give you.
And as far as this trip was concerned, do you recall where you stayed?
Yep, we stayed at the Renaissance Aruba.
Is that someone that you stayed on this occasion as well, subsequent occasion?
Yes.
And on the 31st, when you and your mother arrived, do you recall about what time of day was that you got there?
So our flight landed around 3:30-ish. I would say we weren't at the hotel much later than that.
Hey,
And
Baker.
With regard to the hotel has a lobby area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You describe
Cool.
to the jury, what does that layout look like? When you lobby?
Sure. So right when you walk in the front doors, right in front of you is the check-in desks, 3 or 4 of them in front of you.
Baker, look, I
to
did the
the
full screen for you
left of
and
you,
everything.
When you come in is a hallway to one side of the hotel. To the right of you is a bank of elevators that leads to another hallway that leads to the other first floor side of the hotel. You're in a big lobby, and then directly across from where the elevators are is the entrance to the pool area.
And when you arrived there at some point in time on the late afternoon of the 31st, you obviously check in your room, and then following that, where do you go from there?
So we checked into our room, and then happy hour was starting around 4:30. So we met everybody down at the pool for that time.
Is there a bar in that area of the pool?
Yes, pool bar.
And so when you get down to the pool bar area, if anyone specifically did you see or did you run into?
So first ran into my sister, gave her a hug. The rest of the kids and my brother. As soon as I got into the pool, I ran into Johnny
See, this is what I
and
needed to
a couple of our
cheer
other
me
friends that
up.
were sitting at the pool bar down
All
there.
my peeps in my
And
chat
with reference
making
to
me
who
laugh.
referred to as Johnny, what's his last name?
John O'Keefe.
Guys are
And
amazing.
that was someone that you knew at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He was a very, very dear family friend. He was very close to my sister. Subsequently, became very close to me and my family as a result.
Baker,
And he was my nephew's godfather.
hey, I just have to point this out. How don't you have daughters? Dodo wants you to finish her ironing, Baker. If you fold her laundry. See, I'll fold. I fold laundry. I love folding laundry. I hate ironing. Folding laundry is like, it is. It's a Zen exercise. I say it all the time. It truly is. See, Dodo gets it. Folding is no problem. It's the ironing that sucks.
Fair to say that you had known him for some substantial period of time.
Yeah, since Ben's father unfortunately passed away.
So at this point in time, when we're talking about turning from 2021 to 2022, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
Oh man, probably about 8-9 years. It's as long as my nephew's been alive.
And when is it that you would see, or how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Family parties, any family party that we threw, kids' birthday parties, and my sister's Christmas party that she would throw every year.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
My ex-wife said you don't need smecks for babies. It comes from the stork. Oh, okay. I got you. You got the stork babies. I see.
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times. So I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
Well, I have to say, I do have to point this out though, because I had mine the hard way. Was in the hospital for 30 some hours of labor, then ended up having to have a C-section, then ended up having to be put to sleep because the stupid anesthesiologist, when I told him that epidural didn't work, didn't believe me. And he had to come apologize to me. I didn't even get to see my baby being born. So, I mean, technically, I guess they could have brought him by stork, although I suffered for it afterwards. How do they get the stork up there? Hey, Dean. Thanks for joining us today. How's the road? Are you still in Nebraska? Yeah, I don't want to talk about how they would do that. I have no idea. When my son came out, I was asleep because of the stupid anesthesiologist. 9 days? Holy shit, Annie. 9 days and 15 hours of labor. Holy moly. Alabama. Haven't been to Alabama. Been to Georgia, not Alabama. Alabama is boring as Nebraska. Going great. Oh, that's good. Dean got to go home for 1 day. If you guys don't know, Dean works on the road a lot and goes to all different states, Finally got to go home for a day. Yours will be 11 on Friday. Aw. Well, tell him happy birthday from all of us. 11 is a good age. My son's double that now. He's 22. You don't want to compare labor stories with me? 9 pounds, 4 ounces, no C-section. Oh. Sorry, Cheryl. Eesh. Ow. I'm sorry, but that hurts just saying it. My first labor and delivery was a dream, but my second 6 weeks of active labor, magnum sulfate, and an inverted bed. Oh, yeah. Well, they gave me Pitocin because I wasn't dilating, but my contractions were really close together and was totally, yeah, I was not going to do that without an epidural. Got an epidural and it didn't work. I ended up pushing for over 4 hours until my doctor, because she knew how much I did not want a C-section. She finally looked at me and was like, "Are you ready for a C-section?" By then I was like, "I don't care. Let's just get this baby out of me." Yeah, it was awful. The pain was and when men don't realize the pain like what kind of pain that, they just don't get it. They will never get it. There is a reason why men don't go through labor. That is all I can say. Oh, Alabama's a little better than Nebraska? Okay. Oh, that's good. At least you're out of the most boring state in America, I think. Yeah. All that flat land in Kansas and Nebraska, I've driven through them. I've not really hung out in them. Best miracle birth in the world. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't trade my son for anything, but man, I'll tell you, it's insane what I went through and what apparently a lot of you have went through. You passed a kidney stone once. Yeah, kidney stones are the closest men will ever come to knowing what it feels like to have a baby. And kidney stones can be very painful. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. The most boring state goes to South Dakota. Okay, yeah, I've never been there either. Is there anything in South Dakota? Wait, or is that North Dakota? I don't know. I haven't been to either one. I would assume that North Dakota is colder than Michigan, so I don't want to go anywhere that's already colder than Michigan. Michigan's cold enough. At almost 50 years old, it's tougher raising him than the birth. Oh, I was so thankful for the epidural. I was exhausted. Yeah, I don't blame you. So that's why I said I didn't feel like I was strong enough to do that without an epidural. I asked for the epidural. I got an epidural and it didn't work. And he didn't believe me. And then when they tried to, cut me open in the operating room to have a C-section and realized I wasn't numb, they're like, "Oh my God." And then they tried putting a bolus in the epidural. It didn't work. And the next thing, all I remember is my doctor going, "Oh my God, put her to sleep." And then I woke up and I was in the recovery. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, we all do, of course. That's why God makes you forget. I mean, unless you truly sit and think about it, but the pain, you forget it, or else you wouldn't have another one. I had diverticulitis that perforated once. Ooh. Nurse's note on my chart. Patient is thrashing about the bed from excruciating pain. Not sure it's as bad as labor, but it's at least a close second. Yeah, that sounds pretty close there, Stephen. Ooh, God, ow. I'm sorry, but another one. I'm hurting just reading it. More cornfields in Ohio, yeah. Oh, I gave you a 6-day migraine. Epidural did nothing but give me a 6-day migraine. I had to get a blood patch. That was fun. Yeah. Ew. Migraines are not fun. I get migraines, and I'll tell you, I get the aura, the light sensitivity, the nausea, sometimes the puking. It's bad. And I've tried almost every migraine medication on the market, and nothing helps. It's terrible. So most of the time, I just have to suffer through it. Oh, you're listening while you prepare for his birthday? Aw. Well, that's great. I hope he has a wonderful 11th birthday. You would have loved a C-section? Yeah, I mean, considering what I had already went through before the C-section, I wish I would have been able to see my son being born, even if I had the C-section, because they can keep you awake for that. If the doctor, the stupid anesthesiologist, puts the you know, the needle or whatever in your spine in the correct spot. Oh my God, Maylin. If you get it quick, then you don't really need anything. Just 3 to 9, 10, and then squirt them out. Like, that would be nice. So the women that are like, oh yeah, I didn't feel much, he came out in like 10 minutes. Like, dude, I don't want to hear that. Oh, it's when air gets in the epidural. Oh, well, either way, the anesthesiologist was at fault. The hospital, seriously, he came in my room that very next morning and apologized. Like, you could tell he was embarrassed that he didn't want to be there. He was wrong. He was in the wrong and he knew it. Oh, you hemorrhaged with both? Holy shit. I'm sorry. Long time ago, they ended up performing an emergency life-saving surgery, making a 16-inch incision through my stomach. Ow! Well, to perform corrective surgery to my large intestines. 0 out of 10, don't recommend. My mom, with her MS and that, she had numbness in her, lots of areas. But she had to have part of her intestines and her bladder reconstructed. So she had the big, way back in the 80s when they did the big T incisions in the stomach, because back in the early 80s, it wasn't like it is now where they, do it laparoscopically or in tiny little incisions. She had a big, huge X or cross on her stomach. It was insane. So I know exactly the kind of incisions you're talking about. My mom had those. You guys, I'm sorry to bring up all these horrifying stories of after giving birth. I didn't mean to do that, but well, I think all of us now are to the point where, yep, all in the path. There you go. Now she's a 14-year-old terror, right? Yeah, I have to be thankful. I am beyond proud of my son. He's 22. He's doing great, has a great job. He's out on his own. I couldn't be more proud. So it was all worth it. She didn't want to come out 10 days late. Wow. Whew. Was at the beach once, and a kid about 12 years old asked me about my scar on my belly. So I told him a shark attack at this very beach. I was about your age when it happened. You probably scared that kid shitless. Oh my God. Oh boy. All right, let's get back to Marietta.
At the pool bar after you arrived there, what kind of conversation did you have with him, or what, if anything, were the two of you doing around that?
So I went up to him in the pool. He had his Alabama hat on. He expressed to me that he was excited to watch the Alabama football game at the pool bar. Given the circumstances, we were in a beautiful tropical place, and he got to watch his favorite college team play football. And he said that's all he really wanted to do for the day was be able to watch that game.
Now, at this point in time that you're talking to Mr. O'Keefe, were you aware of him dating anybody? Had you met anybody that he was dating at that time?
I had not met the person that he was dating. I had heard about her through family friends and other people that were on the trip.
So as far as the other sort of family events that you would see Mr. O'Keefe at, Ms. Reed or his girlfriend at that time wasn't there with him?
No.
So after the time that you spent at the pool bar that afternoon, do you recall what else you did that evening?
Yep. So most of us in the group had dinner reservations. I believe they were around 7 p.m. and we were all getting ready to leave the pool bar to get picked up around 6:30.
And as far as a fairly large group that went out to dinner that night?
Yeah, most of us.
And was Mr. O'Keefe part of that group that went out to dinner?
He was not.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to
Oh my
return?
God.
Most of us got back a little after 9.
You guys
Taxis
are
were kind
right
of crazy
back.
to get, so
My
Little after
DoorDash
9.
just got here.
And when
Hold
you got
on.
back to the hotel, where did you go?
I went upstairs to check on my mom. She had gone in a bank of taxis before me, so I went upstairs to make sure that she was up there and safe and in the room.
And so however long you spent up in the room with your mother, at some point you come back.
I did.
And when you came back down, by down, I mean, do you recall where you were staying in the hotel?
Yep. So we were on the 4th floor of the hotel, so I took the elevator up and then I took it back down to the lobby.
And at that point in time, when you're getting back from dinner, going up to the room and coming back down, were you aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and nephew were staying?
And yeah, I knew what they were saying. Yes, room-wise. Yeah.
And where was that in relation to the lobby?
First floor.
So lobby's on the first floor, their rooms are on the first floor.
Yes.
So when the elevator gets down to the lobby level, you get out. Is that correct?
Mhm.
And what if
So you have to say, okay.
you just have to answer yes. or no.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay. So the elevator gets down to the lobby. You walk out with anyone you see when you come out.
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
And, Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right. So folks, that I'm going to say again, that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar. Yes.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby,
Is that where the pool bar is located?
opposite side. Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, do you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
As far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stopped in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or what article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure. She's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Does that record reflect identification?
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the
I'm back.
tendency on the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor?
Did I miss anything important?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck
Hey,
myself.
Scott.
She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down.
Thanks for
And after
coming.
I said, yeah, fuck you too, I went out to the pool bar. So I didn't see much after that.
Okay, Steven.
And could you hear anything as far as when you're walking out to the pool bar, or
Careful.
any other conversation between the defendant and Ms. Reed?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back to or you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, John O'Keefe's girlfriend. And she looked at me and said, Karen. And I said, yeah, you guys like her? She said, yeah, she's okay. And I said, well, she sucks.
Wow. Wow. She
Now,
sucks.
following that,
Tell us how you really feel.
at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
And when you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar, that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my
Okay.
I don't know what this is. I'll see it sidebar quickly.
And Sullivan, with regard to the day of the cabanas, did you have some conversation with your sister Laura in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
I did.
And what, if anything, did your sister Laura tell you she had learned from Mr. O'Keefe?
So my sister pulled me aside from everybody and asked if the night that I got into the altercation with Ms. Reed in the lobby, if I was making out with Mr. O'Keefe.
How did you respond?
That I absolutely was not.
And when you say absolutely was not, beyond the fact that it didn't occur, why would that not?
He was
No, I'll allow it.
he was family. He was my older brother. For all intents and purposes, it just never would have happened between us.
And you expressed that to your sister, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Now, as far as the remainder of the trip was concerned, starting with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, other interaction did you have with her?
None.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, further interaction did you have with him?
None. That was it.
And was that normal or as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned? Objection.
I'll allow it.
That, as far as I knew Johnny, that wasn't normal. He would always come up to us, up to our family, try to be around my nephew, his godchild. And he was always the life of the party and wanted to be around his family and his friends.
And following that
Okay,
trip,
so does
in Aruba, did
anyone
you see Mr.
know-
O'Keefe again?
I did not.
I gotta ask because she obviously just testified that she absolutely did not kiss him, make out with him, whatever. Does anyone know what was? Well, I guess no one will really know what the exact truth is or whatever. But did Karen Reed talk about this in any of her interviews? And how? If they weren't, why would she think they were? Like, I just don't get that.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Fair to say that you were not at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th, correct?
Was not.
Exactly.
Yet Trooper Proctor drove all the way to Pembroke to interview you on February 8th of 2022. Did he not?
He did.
Nothing further.
Oh my God, are you serious? Proctor interviewed her on February 8th, and yet other people that were there weren't interviewed until what, 8 months later and some a year later? Are you fucking kidding me right now? I did not know this. Holy shit.
Ms. Lilly, anything?
Just very briefly. Ms. Sullivan, when Trooper Proctor came to the house in Pembroke, were you living there at that time?
I was.
And was he alone or was he with another trooper?
He was with another trooper.
And do you recall that trooper's name?
I don't.
Now, with regard to your conversation with Trooper Proctor and the other trooper that day, was it just you that he spoke to?
Just me.
Let me ask you a different one.
Okay.
As far as when the troopers came to your house on February 8th, are you the only person from your home that the troopers spoke to that day?
No.
Who, if anyone else, did they speak to in the home?
They spoke to my sister first.
And at any point, did they speak to your sister's boyfriend as well?
No.
And when they spoke to you, when they spoke to you, where was your sister?
She was outside of the house. She went to go pick up my nephew.
And when they spoke to your sister, where were you?
I was downstairs in my room, which was in the basement.
And could you hear what they were talking about when they were talking to your sister?
I could not.
All right, Ms. Sullivan, you're all set.
Thank you.
Wow.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
All right,
My
here we
name is Brian
go.
Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And, how
Higgins
long
it
have you been-
is.
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house and I sold it in January of 2022.
Can you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday, and the 29th was a Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that, but specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that day initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there,
Yes.
including several people from Massachusetts.
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake in the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was
Did you say
services.
February? Didn't you mean
over those couple of
January?
days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you, you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Elbert, Kevin Elbert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who are they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Hey,
Well, first and
Barbara.
foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Elbert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Elbert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Elbert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Elbert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton?
That relationship, it was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there. So it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there, but I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or your familiarity with work as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an officer desk there?
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrived back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Oh, really? You have a
As
policy
vehicle
against
relates
that?
to you, whether they be personal or work.
Didn't cops take their cruisers drinking and lose a badge and a
So
gun?
I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there, and at times it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep or what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a
Oh, yeah.
Jeep Wrangler.
For those of you that aren't looking at your screen right now, I forgot. This is funny because Steven says, I'm just getting ready to start driving now, but I wanted to say after Higgy testified for a while, I changed my screen name to Higgs Missing Riz after his text being read.
Gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often, when about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather or impending inclement weather.
And is that something that you?
Still can't believe he drives a freaking Jeep Wrangler.
Plow in front of Jeep.
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside. Do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because he was.
That's
He was.
it.
I
I
had
can
traveled
remember
back,
who it was. It was
dropped the
Kevin
vehicle off.
Albert.
He may
Thank
have
you,
even beat me
James.
there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or
This is
so. and
always
then
the one
Brian had left
eating. Do you ever
before
notice
me.
that?
I remained. He left.
And if you know about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
420.
And you had some drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drank all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where
Jameson
Mr.
and
Albert was
ginger.
going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And
Right?
with respect, this evening, so you leave from the
That's all they
hillside,
do is drink,
you
it
go
seems
directly to the
like.
waterfall.
Jeez,
Yes.
Pete.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come into the waterfall, and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time of January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with them?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that you observed from anybody that was present? Over the
No,
course of,
no, it was a good time, and there was a band.
and if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen
Oh
Reed.
my God, she has a name.
I do.
Did you identify just as where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask the record reflect identification and identify the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that?
I wonder if they're told not to
I believe it was actually the
reference
Hillside.
her by her
And
name.
how often would it be that
The
you
defendant.
saw
It's always
Mr.
the
O'Keefe or
defendant.
socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the Hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And,
or as long as.
and so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to the occasions, as far as would there be occasions,
Right,
typically
Sarah?
where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed,
Please.
or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social settings outside of the Hillside?
I went over the house one time before the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this: as far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or various?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had received,
Yeah, you text each other your drinks all the time. We went through that yesterday, you weirdos.
I had him saved in my phone. John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall? Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called C.F. McCarthy?
Yes.
Is that a place that you've been to before?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what made you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regards to that. So when
Didn't someone say that they used the same type of glassware at both bars?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side
I'm
of it, so
not
to speak,
thinking
like
of
the
something
design.
else.
now,
anyone
after
knows.
you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say.
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
at this time? I know we've jumped around a couple days, but at this time that you're at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
And at some points over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall intent as far as that text message or why you would send it?
Wish Lally would get
to
up
be
to
honest
the
with you, it was, I
microphone.
guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now, around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's pizza shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time, about midnight or so when you're leaving, who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time,
I have the playback speed down to 1.25 because I'd like to see Higgins' mannerisms as they pretty much are. I may have to slow it down to, regular speed, but right now it seems to be okay at 1.25.
waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And you recall her ever at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes.
Thanks,
But the weather
Malin.
was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home when you get there, what did you do when you got
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway. And then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
there? And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
Again, back to the photo.
Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now.
It gives the jury the impression of how much snow was there that morning and how big the
So
yard.
the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have pointed in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house, the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you parked along the front of the house or with traffic, correct?
Yes.
So you arrive at the house, you did, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, Did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes, so I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So he had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come in the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence, there's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, float in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
no.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the window, the door, or anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not, no.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's
Welcome
what it
back,
was.
Katie.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall,
Now you can just
was Mr.
relax.
O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say
You
100%.
can relax watching Higgy
After you
testify.
left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was,
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
and do you recall who?
Yeah, well,
amongst the
Karen
people
texted
still
you that
at the
next
house at the
morning
time
and
left?
you,
I think I was
You text
probably
back.
the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house.
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
Is that the Chief's driveway, Barbara?
Before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Gotcha.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was
Yes.
the snow sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
There is a portion of his testimony, I don't know where it is because it was a clip that I saw, where he almost says garage instead of mailbox. And when I find it, or when he says it, I'll point it out, because to me, it's pretty telling where his mind is at, thinking about the garage. The garage. The deputy chief, gotcha. I swear some stream on some channel had something from Higgins saying he parked there. Huh. I'll check it out. I'll have to do some research on that, because I think Higgins could have been parked anywhere but where he says it was.
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you?
Yeah, there's so much to watch.
Particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called the fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away. And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that? So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard. So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct? Yes, it's a hydraulic based. Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned? Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, at
the last place that I used to live at, we couldn't park on the street in a snowstorm or they'd tow it. Now, I know specifically Lucky testifies that he doesn't do that to him because he knows them. But that goes to show how credible he is, that, he plow drivers are going to remember the a-holes that block the road in snowstorms when they're not supposed to.
The plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow. And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield? Zero. So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade? Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised. So you pull forward a couple of feet, and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you stop and then lift up? Probably like a foot or two. And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right? Correct. And as you're pulling away from the house, where's your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house? Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away. And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that
drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No,
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me as a courtesy. I was parking vehicles there. Sometimes my
I just
personal.
have to point something out. Notice how all of his testimony so far has been very straightforward, no stumbling over words, no extra well, I think this, or I believe this, or going on tangents to make excuses for an answer. It's been straightforward until now. Now he's asked about why he went back to the PD after literally just admitting he'd wanted to go home. And it seems like he's just trying to make up an excuse.
But primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just
I'm
leave
going
the
to go back
vehicles
to the beginning of that question to
my
answer.
desk.
Just watch how he
So,
stumbles over everything.
The following day, we had down to the Canton Police.
And then goes into this
Now,
long
you leave
explanation.
residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me.
Now I got to
As a
give more
courtesy, I was parking vehicles there,
explanation.
sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew?
Well, he forgot his lines, James, because he was going all over the place with that freaking answer. Yep. Remember your lines.
Who had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door, and then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was typically, it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally Port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like, say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally Port into the station?
Yes. That would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally Port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. Walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take it back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally Port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking. So if I come into the Sally Port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally Port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
With
Well, you do
maybe
walk across the garage,
5
but it's small.
And when you say
or
small, about how
12
far?
feet.
About 12
What?
feet, maybe,
And you then have to walk
to get to the other door. And probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come in,
5 or 12
to walk
feet.
across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch. Is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with 2 glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have any?
Whoa, wait a minute.
From Fairview to the police station? No.
Didn't Higgins just say he believes he waved to Sergeant Good? Didn't Sergeant Good say, oh, wait. What did he say? He knew Higgins was there, but he doesn't know if he saw him on the monitor or in person. Now that I'm trying to remember correctly. Is that right? If any of you guys remember?
I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where?
key on the desk to being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
So,
And then
hold on. So he left the key for someone else to move those vehicles because he anticipated not being there. And yet he still went back to the PD after being gone all day, said he wanted to just go home. What if someone had already moved the cars? So he wasted a trip? If he left that key, so someone else in anticipation, like you just said, anticipation of someone else moving the cars, because he didn't plan on being home yet. Why would you go back to the PD drunk to move those cars when you had left the key for someone else to do it? What if someone had already done it? This is the dumbest story ever. Yeah, Good couldn't remember if he saw him in person on camera. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you, Sarah. Wow, I'm just, wow.
At some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you
Right,
moved the vehicle
James?
around
I
that-
bet he
that you
does.
left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about
How
what time
far
it was
is
that you-
West Roxbury from Canton PD? Does anyone know? So that he went to the bar, went back to the Albert's house, Then says he had a long day, just wanted to go home, drives back to the PD, and then back to his home in West Roxbury. Is that right? Nothing you're saying right now makes any sense, Higgy Bear. $15, $20. Oh my God. So it starts snowing out. You want to go home. You've had a long day. You're also drunk. You got at least a 30, 40-minute ride home if it's 15, 20 miles. And you still stop at the PD to say what? Move cars around that could have already been possibly moved? Is anyone believe this shit?
You got home to West Roxbury.
Could have been somewhere around 20 or 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m. Is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home,
I'll be getting nervous. Look at him.
What you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever.
Thanks,
But I think I
James.
did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at
Thanks,
that point.
Cheryl. I'm getting the picture now. Thank
After
you,
you
guys.
fall asleep at some point later on.
Yeah,
that
none of
morning,
this
or,
shit makes
something,
sense.
You wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you looked at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up the phone, who was calling you at that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the
So-
call at that time?
No.
So Higgins knew right away. See, when we were talking about, what was it? Trying to remember when we were going over this, but because I wondered, did Higgins know, or when did Higgins know, when I was evaluating Karen texting him at 11 in the morning and not getting a response. And it was somebody who testified already, I can't remember who exactly, said that they talked to Higgins at 9. So here all this time, I'm still thinking Higgins knew or found out around 9 a.m. But Berkowitz called him right at 6. This is 6:30 is before he even went to the hospital, right? 6:30, they're still working on him. At the house. Why is Berkowitz already calling Higgins that early? What the fuck?
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, do you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
Well, in his
Specifically, did you
stupid
talk to Brian Albert on
question.
the phone at any point between the time?
So you
you
called
left
him
the
back
phone
and
and
had
the time
some
that you
sort of
woke up the next morning to this
conversation?
phone call?
No, I did not.
Now,
No.
the previous day,
Called him back
over the course
just
of
picking
this,
up on him.
we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when
Oh
you
my
arrived there,
God.
what, if anything, did you see?
Okay, I am so confused. So he is 30 some minutes, 40 minutes maybe away from Canton, from the Albert's house. And he's called right when they basically find John. Okay, Cheryl. He's called by Berkowitz right when they basically find him in the snow somehow, because Berkowitz already knows. And then, like, oh. So he seriously hopped out of bed, didn't shower, didn't nothing. I mean, yeah, not that I think about anything about that, but I'm just saying he hopped out of bed and drove, like, within seconds, must have been in his car driving back to 34 Fairview to make it there just after 7. What? Like, who? I'm so confused as to why it was so important for them to call Higgins that morning.
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Now, with regard to starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
Was it
I might have went
snowing?
in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole, Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the kitchen, same kitchen area that I was in before, Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of
He
donuts or
can't
muffins or
remember
something
the
like that.
cars. He can't even remember if there were more or less cars in the driveway in the morning compared to the previous night, but he remembers exactly who was in that kitchen. Okay.
And as far as the house when you come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught
And did you know why they were distraught?
because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to
Ooh.
the house?
Yes.
He said
And when you received
He
that
said
information,
lawn.
you were informed of that.
not snow. Wow.
How did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
If sustained, you can ask it differently.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him,
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
it didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And so from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time that you arrived there, later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
You don't
I
know if
couldn't say
you went
specifically.
there,
And after you
Don't know
left
really
the
why
police
you'd
station
go
that day, where did you go from there?
and then all of a sudden, yeah, you're pretty sure.
At some
you
point, I
went-
probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink, but I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands. I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Okay, you guys,
CPACs,
somebody help me here. I'm so
his child
confused.
side at
He literally
I had
just
seen-
says Brian Albert had to remind him that he had met Bukaki. But then he just says, well, I went to his child's game or whatever. I took him out for a beer. Did he know him or not know him?
him one time at the hillside. So Trooper Proctor.
Had you ever socialized with either?
Or I'm sorry, Proctor had to remind him.
So Trooper Proctor, no.
Either, you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement. Had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one side occasion.
Hold on. You gotta go back to the part where he
Buchanan.
said,
Evidently, I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
see,
And as far as you mentioned,
I'm confused by this testimony. He says, I was familiar with Bukaki, but Proctor had to remind me that I worked a case with him, but I didn't remember him.
I didn't remember him.
I didn't remember him.
and as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement. Had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one side at
So how do you go from not remembering him to remembering that you had seen him at a gym and taken him out to, or met him at the hillside once? And does this make sense to anybody? Am I missing something here?
I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink. But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also, that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area. And that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No.
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right? Or if you...
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendants.
And how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies. And I believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, who's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. You know, what is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
You want to give them your phone.
Now, with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what, if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No. Exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, you know, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant, from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly, when I captured everything, is exactly, it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
There, Higgins.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
All right, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those for?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications?
the defendant.
May I approach them?
Yes.
Almost introduce in a minute.
Okay. So we'll do them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. Oak?
Hey, Jeannie.
Wednesday, November 24th.
Sorry, I've been like engrossed in
In
this
general,
testimony.
describe to the jury what that conversation was about on
I'm
on
still
Wednesday, November
confused about quite a few things that he said. Hi, Joy. Thanks for coming, you
He
guys.
basically, it's kind of hard to read. I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, pal? Where are we going to hang local? We
Thank
are going to
Joy, I
hang local. Are you
appreciate
drinking?"
you.
So
Tony
he's out,
Sunshine,
he's trying
hey,
to see where
guys.
you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you.
I love you guys too. You guys make my
So,
day
with
every
reference
day.
to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have
that-
been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, with the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now,
Yeah,
in
we
reference
went through
to,
those text
Mr.
messages
O'Keefe describes,
yesterday.
a friend of yours, is that correct?
Thank
Yes.
you, Bear.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, "Do you want me to clear the driveway for you?"
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you would offer to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. Do you want to come by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those?
Hey,
prior invitations
Cassie.
to come by the house and watch?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was?
Everybody hit the
come
like
up
button on your
on
way
Tuesday
out.
and went
Share to anybody you think might
Well,
want to watch this with
I
us.
felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly.
Guys
I knew
are
it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that
Thank
evening,
you,
about what time was
Malin.
it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in
Appreciate
addition
you.
to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when he got
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew?
I'll allow it.
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page.
How's Brando doing,
Specifically, there's,
Kazi?
texted exchange between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
Such a cutie.
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Still early on this last page. Which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just, it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
So I would direct your attention to right about there, which says Sunday, January 16th. You see that?
Yes,
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you could indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha, I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning.
Yeah, why
But
were
I'm
you
not sure who's saying that.
And what, if any,
Huh,
other
Higgins?
communication is there later on in the same?
That's a big.
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then-
the conversation?
It appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have.
I
you never
agree,
responded to
Moni.
that text, is that
He,
correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that?
I don't think they
Never
would have
again, no.
ever worked out, but
Approach this to retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
he's definitely a,
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
you
Yes.
know what,
Presenting for you now.
waiting for Lovins. Aw. Well, give Brando Lovins from all of us, okay?
In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, call up the move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish the on screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1. Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially, you received a text on that date from an unknown number. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles will be Ms. Reed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
Moni, I do agree with that, considering that, I mean, I don't know what John's issue is or was with her, in his eyes, spoiling the kids. I mean, I don't know what the deal is with that. I mean, most guys you would think would appreciate a woman taking the time to buy them things and treat them a little extra special, considering what they had already been through. Jeez, oh, Pete's. But that's my opinion. And I don't know. I mean, the two of them are so different. I just don't think they would have worked out anyway. But that being said, I don't know. that whole situation. I have other opinions too that I'm not going to mention at the moment. They could kind of play a role in all of that. Yeah. Right? Took forever. Considering I can't believe they went, I just can't believe they tried her twice. Like, it was bad enough they tried her the first time. Then the whole debacle with the verdict slip and everything, like it's just insane what they did to her. No, you're not. You're just, giving your opinion about it. I get it. I get it. It was out. Yeah. Joy, if you want to trade, I'll give you my Chromebook for your MacBook. I'll gladly trade with you.
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the weed whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle.
Oh.
So I
Like
spun
what?
the vehicle around,
Give you the
and
finger?
as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with?
Yeah, definitely. I get you.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to
The ones
page
that
6
don't
within-
like being single, they have to have their next waiting in the wings, She kissed me not like a friend. You brought your umbrella for all this shade. All right. My MacBook would send you to outer space, kind of like Karen's Lexus. Oh my God, you guys crack me up. I would still trade you in a heartbeat.
Exhibit before you. So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And there's a moment if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits?
Yeah,
Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lito show.
We went through this yesterday.
I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again.
Such a weird response.
Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks? I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lito show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And Mr. Chairman, if I could have page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes, it just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I prefer weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
And as far as either
Oh,
one of
yeah,
those
go to a
trips that you're
place
discussing, do you
that's
recall any
supposed
further
to be
discussion
for a
or any
funeral?
going on any
What?
of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Mr. Gilman, if I could have that. And this is on that same date of.
Yeah,
January 13th, is that
yeah,
correct?
the whole grab ass and.
I believe so. The date's not at the top yet, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as. who's
Again, my mind goes.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant
elsewhere
said,
when I think
no,
about
you're
how
not a
they
creep.
do that
I
shit.
said, nope. She said, you're kind of a loner, which I used to be. I responded, no, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a speaker of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young. And I responded, he died in March of 2020. I'm still not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. In the blue bubbles is me. I said, you're funny. Defendant responded, yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. I responded, don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Then I said, who chats? ? Defendant responded, life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. I responded, that's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. Defendant responded, you and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door. I said, oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now. And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, ? I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, I just got a Saturday invite. The defendant said, did you say yes? ? I said, not yet, with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, what did you say, Mr. Elusive? I responded, no, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I'm shy. The defendant responded, we prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you. And I said, haha.
They
Sir,
prefer
is
to
that the
hang out with
Saturday night that's being referenced
non-couples.
there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the
Wonder
homeless
why that
Patriots
is.
game?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, John said Brian's being wishy-washy now, in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, you cranky now, ? Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few. I don't know. All of them, ? They they all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
in blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, "You stink." I said, "You suck and you're double trouble." Defendant responded, "You're hot." I responded, "Are you serious or messing with me?" Defendant responded, "No, I'm serious."
Your whole.
I responded, "Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that?" Defendant responded, "Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here." I responded back, "I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question." And then it starts to say, the defendant said, "Rather you stay here."
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know, about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe?
Way to act like
Goodbye
you
him or
didn't
anything like that?
actually
I
want
think I
it.
said
to.
goodbye to him.
Higgins.
He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the
What you
garage.
want, Steven?
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me,
And how did she kiss you?
not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Like a romantic kiss.
that's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house if you know?
Right, Joy?
Not sure if we had just got
Like
to the
the whole
outside or not.
grabbing the
It might
ass
have-
thing. I asked about this.
I'm not sure if I was.
yesterday.
It was close proximity to
Like,
leaving.
I talked to a couple guys about this specifically because some guys I talked, two in particular, said, "Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. It's like a guy thing or whatever." But it's one thing to, like, when you're playing baseball or a sport or whatever, to smack a guy's ass, but when you smack his ass like 5 times in a bar, and then one of them is tickling the other guy's neck, and then when they hug, Albert has his hand on Higgins' butt. Like, I just don't get it. No game at all. Yep. Joy. I'm sorry. That was freaking. Oh, I just saw your second one. Don't highlight it. It's freaking funny. Most couples don't like to hang out with single people. It's weird that a couple, they like to hang out with singles. Yeah, although all the couples John knew did super suck. So there's that. Yeah. I don't know. It's just weird. I think these relationships are weird all the way around. I'm sorry. It just is. Mr. Stole Your Girl thinks that Higgins has never been called Alex. Oh my God. You guys are crazy. I love it.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No,
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
well, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27. Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, And I said, I wish. I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning? Question mark. Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? Question mark. Hello. And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation, as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day.
Oh, Joy.
So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe.
Is that Higgins? I mean, I'll be honest. Higgins isn't ugly. I mean, he's not like super good looking, but he's not ugly. And I don't like. I've always been the one. I mean, if you guys saw my exes, oh my god, not that they're not ugly either by any means, but they're not the best looking either. And I always go by personality. I mean, but you can't deny that you have to be somewhat attracted to somebody when you first interact with them, or then you're not going to be. I mean, depending on how you're interacting. Like if you meet a guy in a bar, you're not going to go interact with them unless you have some sort of attraction to them. It's just the way human nature is. That is why they make brown bags, Joy. Oh my god. Contractor's bag. Yeah, I mean, Karen is a tiny, tiny woman, so yeah. But I have to, my cousin is 4'11". Her husband is 6'4". So there's that. Yeah, he's a sap. See, he's too much of a wuss for me, though. That's what turns me off, is the wussiness. Yeah, me too. I love it. I love an intelligent man, one that I can, and more even than intelligence, a sense of humor. A sense of humor means more to me than probably anything. Did you mean to each? There you go. To each their own.
Every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more?
Yeah, I asked it more than once. And during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out, or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
Sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28. And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29. If I could ask you to read.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know. You're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
If I could direct your attention to the next page.
Oh my God, you guys.
If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you.
Oh, you're
Defendant
good,
responded,
Joy.
what?
I do too.
I responded
just
that you're
voted
hot, smart,
for my
witty,
lives.
but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty.
I've always had.
I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
Sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier.
Sure?
Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh?
You don't have to beg
I said,
me?
I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
Text messages. Ugh.
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
I'd be more embarrassed
That you wanted me to come
over
over?
these text messages if I were Higgins
If I could turn your
over
attention
anything
to the
else.
Next page, 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your
That's why
court.
I'm single right now.
Defendant said,
I am enjoying
what do you
being
want?
single. I do
I
what
said,
I want.
I responded,
what I
loaded
want.
question. What do you want? Question mark.
For
Defendant
20 years
responded, I asked you, exclamation point.
to make
I in turn
someone
said,
else
no, you
happy.
initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next
No.
page.
I said,
All
spit
about
it out. I'm in the
making
blue
me happy.
bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark.
she ignored
I responded,
that
my
question.
office is at the
Don't you have
PD.
a boyfriend?
Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? Question mark.
See,
Defendant
that
said,
right there
when works for you?
is what makes me truly believe Karen was really just doing this for attention, because she knows he likes her. Come on now. But texting that, do you like me? Of course, she knows the answer to that, but she wants to hear it. She wants to feel good. She needs some attention. Right? You have to beg. It's already over. Sounds like 10th graders. Yeah. Okay, I have to stop. I want to start a channel. I don't need trolls. Oh, you're going to get trolls no matter what. Jeez, oh, Pete's Joy. Just get a, accept it and move on. Ignore them. That's all you have to do. Not that big of a deal. Yep. No, you're good, Joy. I preach this every day. We all need levity in life. We all need a laugh and a smile now and then. If you take life too seriously, all you're going to do is be upset and depressed for life. And then it's like, what's the point? What's the point? If you can't enjoy your life, you have to do things that make you happy, that make you smile, that make you laugh, especially in the world that we live in today. Actually, I can show you a few that don't like her just by the way she makes those faces. They say she looks like a bitch and they'd never approach her. So she is very pretty. But it's all on what a guy is interested in. What do they like? Do they like smiles? Do they like, it's one of the biggest things that any guy that doesn't like the way she looks isn't about how pretty she is. It's about whether she's approachable or not, whether she looks happy or not, those kind of things, for lack of a better way to explain it.
I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you, question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first. I responded, I think you're messing with me.
This is the
Defendant said, I'm glad you came over
that when you
tonight
sound like
with some type of face.
teenagers.
I responded,
You hang up
me
first.
too,
No,
balls
you
in your
hang
court.
up first.
What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
And the last, or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with, are you glad? Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
We know you're in the blue bubble.
Defendant said, yes,
Higgins,
with
okay?
like semicolon, some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36, and if you could, please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Enfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, 37, and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, sorry, should I not have? I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you're like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot. I responded, feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Defendant said, why? Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 38.
I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up.
All the
I responded, he seems very
like,
into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed
Yes,
you are
Jeannie.
great, with another
100%.
smiley type face.
Desperation.
Defendant said, yeah, but where is that?
Unattractive.
I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has
Total.
been vacant,
I mean,
but I'd
it's
like to
one
get
thing
closer to
be
the
a
law.
small, like a little bit insecure and stuff. That doesn't bother me, but complete insecurity, this bullshit is unattractive. Let's get an ice cream soda with 2 straws. Laughter is the best medicine. Yep. Eat my shady ass dogs and you will know. Yes.
I responded, are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. He went out away. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far
Yeah,
as
I
that
think she was getting back
indication
at
that she made to
him.
you, either through text communications or in person, did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
Okay,
So
we'll see you later.
there was
I'll
an
be
occasion
watching
that
them
the
on
defendant stopped at my
replay
house.
later.
And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in
That's
relation to, again,
crazy.
sussing out and trying to figure out if this was what
Love you
everything
too,
that I
boy.
stated
Thanks for
before. Like, was this
stopping by.
legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in
Falling all
Aruba on New
over
Year's
it
Eve,
again.
based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up, not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 41, and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, "Did they bang?" Question mark. The defendant responded, "Does that matter?" Question mark. I said, "Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out." Defendant responded, "It doesn't really matter." I said, "Okay, I won't ask again." Defendant said, "I don't care," with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, "Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen." Defendant responded, "Okay." I responded, "Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions?" And then I typed on. Defendant responded, "I'm not. I am?" Question mark. I responded, "You're kind of getting defensive." Defendant responded, "Not at all," with an exclamation point.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 46.
Defendant is in gray. She said, "We did kiss earlier, comma, no," with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, "I think you initiated that. No?" Question mark. Defendant said, "Yup. Do I owe you an apology?" Question mark. I said, "OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive?" Defendant responded, "I'm not." I responded, "Kinda." There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. "What do you want from me?" Question mark. I responded, "What's on the table?" Question mark. Defendant said, "What do you want ideally?" Question mark. I responded, "The real deal." Defendant responded, "It doesn't exist."
If I could direct your attention to page 57, sir.
Wow, it doesn't
Ask you to read
exist,
from
huh?
It starts off in blue. I said, "I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape." Defendant responded, "Which base down the Cape? Which branch?" I said, "Army's Army." Defendant said, "I'm not abnormally sensitive." I responded, "Joint Base Cape Cod. Oh, I won't be so hard on you." Defendant responded, "OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad." I responded, "I was just playing with you." Defendant responded, "You weren't, but that's okay." I responded, "Stop being sensitive, please." Defendant responded, "I'm not."
Now, sir, in reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communication, you said you offered to pick something up for the defendant from that shop.
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, "I don't know," question mark. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms, with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? Question mark. Defendant said, "I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot." I responded, "A lot, why?" Question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, "Do you even know what you want?" Question mark. "Or who?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids." I responded, "I thought you were happy in this. I thought you were in this happy relationship." Defendant responded, "Everyone is happy at the hillside."
If I could direct your attention to the next page 61 and ask you to read from that.
So it starts off with the defendant.
all
It said,
the time?
"Everyone is happy at the hillside!" Exclamation point. I responded, "Oh God, you avoid things." Defendant responded, "It's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do? Question mark. Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded, why don't you tell me? Question mark. Defendant responded, he was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. I responded, oh God, did they bang? Defendant said, so I was the kids celebrating New Year's, I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere, without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe. Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless. I responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink? Question mark. I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I really get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, are you single? Question mark. I responded, yes. Defendant said, I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? Question mark, question mark. I responded, you getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? Question mark. Defendant said, and on vacay and probably a few other occasions. I responded, you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Question mark, question mark. I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Question mark. Usually do it when they do live with, when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it. Again? Defendant responded, maybe, maybe not.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77.
I said, I could go on, but I do not want to pump, it should say, your shit up too much. Defendant responded, thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside. I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops, with another emoji. I responded, Jesus. Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? Question mark, question mark. And I said, OMG, great. I responded, I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious, with an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me. Defendant responded, I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there, with some question marks? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too. I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house,
That's
that's
what
something
I
that you
kissed
were aware of
Gay Jeff.
there
I
prior to
got
that
it.
conversation with the defendant?
I
No,
never
not that I
heard
recall.
that in the full context.
I'd like to turn your attention to the next page, 79.
Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week. And he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shit out of yourself because I'm a lot of fun.
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
And if I could direct your attention to page 84. And I should read from that page, sir.
I said, it was fun. Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I'm all set with that's. And then I said, in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark. The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through. Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct.
I don't know why.
I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark. I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir? Question mark. Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
And if I could direct your attention to page 99.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Sir, if I can now direct you to page 102.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me, question mark, question mark.
If I could direct your attention to page
No.
107.
Defendant said, at a bar, question mark. I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Defendant said, probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't want wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will, a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark. Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
In this page that you just read, as well as some of these successive pages, after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of a, it wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of the relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Mhm.
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your
Yeah,
relationship,
I don't
whatever,
believe that
however you wanna
shit.
term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you described occurring as
I
she
think
walked
he's
throughout
trying
that
to
night?
make himself look better.
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and it was just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly, as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118.
You want us to believe that you didn't want to bang her? Really?
And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And
Didn't respond.
I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well,
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
yes.
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is speaking in that communication, and what is it?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
And did you have any other communication?
Why not,
with Ms.
Higgins?
Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Well, sir, if I could, a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview, and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance, less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and fire hydrant?
I do know where that is, yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away,
Yes.
well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and it's kind of it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at sidebar before we begin. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
All right, cross-exam.
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at
Hold on.
5. Notes.
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? And again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
1.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything have to do with this case?
Well, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Were you showing anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you've just described on the
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater field office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy.
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy. Yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes.
Oh, you had a key card. You had access everywhere, didn't you?
Yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes.
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those two bay doors at your leisure.
Well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right. But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what, back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018, okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
So, yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am. A special agent. Yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's
You're taken out of the field?
Was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer on the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29, 2022. You recall those dates?
I do.
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
Like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
Funeral service, yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial. You separate the two.
So, well, the wake would be the night before. Funeral, I call them the services. It wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services. Just want to be clear.
I truly think, and I've said it several times, Karen wanted some attention. She wasn't getting the kind of attention she wanted from John. She just wanted to feel good about herself. As a woman, sometimes you just need to hear it out loud. She knew Higgins liked her. She just needed to hear that. She needed to feel good. That's what it was. That's funny because I thought the same thing when I started like just getting into his testimony and stuff. Like, ugh, so needy. Yeah, I didn't know he was put on desk duty. Why? Does anyone know why? Hey, Zach. Thanks for coming. Yep, wanted to feel wanted. I appreciate all the people in my chat today. You guys are wonderful, keeping me laughing. I love it. That's the only other question. Yeah. Does anyone know why he was put on desk duty? Was it for a specific reason?
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez. Is that right?
Stupid computer.
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance.
Yes.
Go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
Retirement parties, yes, things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together.
Yes.
Might share a meal together, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
Could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people, yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton.
Wait,
in terms.
He said that? Higgins said if you want to hide a body, Berkowitz is your man. At the retirement party? Is that what I heard? He said that? Wow. Even as a joke, as a cop, to say something like that? Holy shit. I heard he was, don't know for sure, but I heard it was because he racially profiled a suspect that was buying a pew-pew. Okay, gotcha. I'll have to look into that. He and Brian Albert both admitted to the federal grand jury that they lied to the state grand jury about their phones. Oh, yeah, I did know that. Yeah, because Higgins, you guys know that Higgins signed a proffer, right? I'm assuming you guys do know that, since if you've seen the first trial, Higgins signed a proffer stating that he was allowed to talk about whatever he needed to talk about regarding the phones, and he would not be charged. And he admitted that he got the summons for his phone and then destroyed it, got permission, supposedly got permission, I don't remember who from, to still destroy the phone, that he could still destroy it even though he got the summons for the phone to preserve his phone. Him getting that proffer saved his ass. Permission from Tully or Proctor. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember who it was either. I'd have to look up the proffer. But yeah, the fact that he got that proffer at all, and then him admitting to them that he destroyed his phone, knowing he was supposed to preserve it, just boggled the mind. And that, especially knowing how Brian Albert testified, I don't know that my data gets destroyed. I'm stupid. Even though I've traded in iPhone after iPhone, I don't know what happens to it. That testimony was so ridiculous.
In terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together,
I
have
would
meals
say
together?
frequently.
Absolutely, had lunch.
You guys all drink frequently.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert. And you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023, in those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Well, could you rephrase it?
Sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay. So
I don't think
my question
Brian
is,
Albert's considered.
Well, I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it. You also know Brian Albert
Alan
well enough to
Jackson.
know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez. before
Objection,
you
Your
ever
Honor.
knew-
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your Honor.
Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
N.
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
Okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
You were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that.
Okay.
The formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
a little afraid of Brian Albert.
Let us
So
finish the
that
question.
is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Oh, Lally.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Honor. You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years.
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally. Is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out
I
to bars with him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for
Oh,
drinks, correct?
Zach.
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the
Yeah,
Hillside. Is that right?
his face tells a
It'd
lot.
be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is a Irish whiskey,
It is.
and ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking.
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay, alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you. Finish it, get another round.
I don't think we. No, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing 1 beer while you had 4 Jamesons.
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing 1 beer while you had 4 Jamesons. What you said?
No, he was probably maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons. Is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
Hey, Katie,
More than what?
is it has it been lightning and kind of raining off and on by you? It's very gloomy. Rain is coming and going. It's been lightning here and there. Had some pretty bad storms again last night over here too. Oh, I thought it was ginger beer. It's Jameson and ginger. Sarah Daw. Aw. You had a gorgeous day today. We didn't. It was stormy. We had tornadoes here last weekend. Saw some crazy videos of tornadoes. Insane. It's been a while since we've had tornadoes touch down like that, so close to where I live. And then it was nice yesterday, sunny, and then more storms last night. Crappy off and on today. Yeah, it's dark here too, Katie. Ginger ale, was it Verner's? Do they have Verner's in Massachusetts? I don't know how California doesn't have Verner's. So weird. You just finished your run, Zach? Alrighty. Canada Dry. Ugh. Yuck. I don't like Verner's either. I don't like any of those. Ugh. It took out your fence, Katie? Oh, I'm sorry. Eesh. Yeah, those storms last week here were wicked. Dodo, it's dark here too, but it's 10:30. Yeah, Katie, apparently that Sarah always tells me she misses Kroger or Myers. She misses Myers and Verner's. Katie, your assignment is to look up Mind Pump podcast and listen to the last episode.
More than you.
Maybe.
I love
He wasn't there that long.
too.
Well, it doesn't take that long to
Favorite.
drink a beer, does it? If you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Oh yeah, and Tim Hortons.
Is that a question?
Doesn't have Tim
Everything I
Hortons
say
either.
is a question.
Okay.
Just presume
Well, all right. So
Well, that wasn't. So
Let's.
Oh, Auntie Bob makes
Yes,
funny.
Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
Okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go.
All right. You know I'm from Michigan. Quit making fun of me from being from the Midwest, okay? It is Myers and it's Kroger's, okay? That's the way it's said. I love 7 Brew better than Tim Hortons. I don't know what 7 Brew is. I don't go to Starbucks either. I normally go, well, I'll be honest, I don't buy coffee out very often, but when I do, I go to Dunkin' or Tim Hortons. They put a 7 Brew. Okay, I know where you're at, Katie. You're not far from me. Where's the 7 Brew? What city? What is the 7 Brew? I'm assuming obviously a coffee place, but still. See, Malin gets it. It's Myers and Kroger's. Here we have Better Buzz. Yum. I don't know what Better Buzz either. That sounds like a bar. A Better Buzz. Do you want a Better Buzz? Go to Better Buzz. You'll sit in line for 7 Brew? I've never even heard of 7 Brew. Oh, it's right off Southfield and 94. So that would probably be, what is that, Allen Park? Somewhere over there, Melvindale. Oh, yeah. You see, you said Allen Park too. It's got to be that area, Allen Park, Melvindale area. I make my own. I'm a cheapskate. So do I. That's what I said. I make mine in my Keurig machine. I use pods. Big B. You know what? I've never been to Big B's. We have them here, but I've just never been there. Sarah doesn't even drink coffee anymore. Look at Higgins' face. Dude, sometimes I pause at the most awesome spots.
To the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking, you decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day and I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there?
Yes, I did.
After having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Shit, gotta plug my computer in. Hold on, guys.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else?
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well?
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did, yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that
Right,
that was not
Katie?
some hot, passionate,
I'm with you there.
long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck,
See,
didn't
that's
you?
funny. Zach, I'm with you there. I drink more tea than I do coffee. I make my hot tea. I love hot tea. I normally just make a kettle of hot water and use my Lipton tea bags. And then I do have Lipton sweet tea that I run through my Keurig machine too. That's pretty good. The sweet tea. You just made Dunkin' at home? 3 pots? 3 pots of coffee? That's a lot of coffee. Oh yeah, I don't have a grinder. I do have the reusable pods, but I've never used them. Yeah, I'll tell you, tea is more like, I don't know, once you get used to drinking tea, I've been drinking hot. I mean, I've liked hot tea since I was a teenager, but I was never like an everyday coffee drinker. But when I used to drink diet pop or no pop at portions in my life, that's when I drank the most coffee. And then I switched to more tea. Earl Grey, yeah, that's good stuff. I like the orange, what is it? Orange Pico? I think it's Pico. It's good. Just has a small orange flavor to it. It's pretty good. I really miss Coffee Beanery. They used to have the best coffee. It was called Mocha Cream. And it was like, it was coffee, but it literally tasted like orange hot chocolate. If you ever had those orange chocolate, that chocolate bar, or it's not even a bar, it's an orange. It's a chocolate shaped like an orange, and it has orange flavoring in it. And you like crack it, and it turns into pieces that look like pieces of orange. Oh, it's so good. That coffee tasted just like that. There's only one Coffee Beanery left in Michigan, well, that I know of, and it's in Brighton, which is like 25-30 minutes from me. Too long of a ride just to get a cup of coffee. See, blonde coffee is too blonde. Because I drink mine black. I don't drink milk. Or I use creamer only now and then. And when I use creamer, it's a drop. Just to sometimes when the coffee's too strong. I've heard about that stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of afraid of that stuff too. You like chia tea too? Gotcha. I don't know if I've ever tried that one. I've tried a couple. I'm not like a huge fan of flavoring. The orange ones though are pretty good. Like I don't even like lemon in my tea. I just like regular hot tea with a little bit of sugar. Those chocolate oranges, I know, they're delicious. Yum, yum.
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree.
Figure of speech.
Figure of speech?
Or the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game.
Okay, yep.
You exchanged flirtatious texts.
We did.
With Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond. And the 29th, she sent that last text that John died. Those weren't.
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd.
You got it, Zach.
Well, I think the text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Candles.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about after you said, well,
yep.
28, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Check the coffee bean or Alvado.
Are you directing me to the 23rd?
They might have that coffee. I'm
I'm
definitely going to have to check it out. Thank you, Katie.
Substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay. So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another.
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
Correct.
Yes.
I'm not talking about
I won't tell anyone.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact with Miss Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex?
No.
And when she said, I'm glad you came over tonight in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal, correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, I don't care too much about that other girl, right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect. Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her, were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it,
Yes,
correct?
many times.
Yes.
And
Many,
she
many,
pretty
many
much wouldn't
times.
answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, why won't you answer the question? And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, why did you get my number and reach out? That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, now what? Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, so now what? Correct?
Yes.
You texted, I would hang out, meaning with you,
Yes.
correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her.
No,
weren't
you were interested.
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that
You don't
question in my
text
mind
women,
when
do you
I
like
didn't
me?
initiate
Do you
this.
like
She did,
me?
and I
Do
think
you
it was a
like
fair
me?
question just to
Over
try to
and
find
over
out.
and over
You
again.
were showing romantic
If you
interest
didn't
in
like her
Karen Reed.
romantically,
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say
Wait,
romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean,
Oh.
it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a
What the
problem
hell is he
admitting that
saying
you had a
right
romantic
now?
interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attracted.
wanted
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course, you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said, you're hot.
Okay.
Yeah,
So my question
you
again, Mr.
were
Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question.
romantically
My question is, were you or were
interested.
you
What
not
else
sexually
would you
attracted
call
to my
it?
client?
Sending flowers. What
Yes.
the fuck?
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her romantically, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What
What's
do you mean
the
by I
real
want the
deal
real
then,
deal?
there, Higgins?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like,
That's the same thing everybody wants, a real
A
relationship.
romantic relationship?
It's possible.
Oh my god.
and she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well,
Okay.
right? Did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did. Yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme. No,
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
Just admit
I
it.
did. But as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted,
Wow.
You want the real deal. She responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of
That
those texts
disappointed
expressed
you,
anger or
didn't
hatred
you?
for John O'Keefe, correct?
No, not at all.
But in fact, she texted more, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
Yes, she did, like I said.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
Yeah,
That was frustrating to you,
I
but
mean,
she
I
just stopped
agree. They were
communicating,
cringy on
wasn't it?
both sides.
No, not at all.
Max.
You'd been moving through this mindset.
Yeah, exactly.
Exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman who thought was interested in you, just like that.
I'll be right back, guys.
Right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry.
that.
After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
Mr. Higgins, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Ms. Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs the.
I'm sorry. That was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second.
Maybe that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. Report commission that publish.
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
At the very top, could you read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at the top?
Haha, stranger.
And then what was the response from Ms. Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond back with?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
That's all I have for that.
Okay.
Bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
Did she respond?
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, going into the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of it, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with
That was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th.
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No,
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
no. What I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No,
Never.
no.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Reed. I'm sorry, with Mr. Reed, with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
No.
Even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You've been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. I don't. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the Waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the Waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the Waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the Waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think, shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the Waterfall or who was expected to come to the Waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the Waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
You had had several drinks before you even got to the Waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the Waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove over to the Waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the Waterfall.
I'm sorry,
I was at the Waterfall.
left the Waterfall, drove over to 34th Avenue.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the Waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him,
Yes.
but she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing when she was over in the corner of the bar
All right,
and come
guys,
over
I'm
and say
back.
hi to
Sorry,
you.
did I miss anything?
I didn't have any
major?
interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that
Some of it, and
throughout
I'm
that
ready to
evening,
take a phone
when
call,
she
so
was
I missed-
either up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
Wait, have I heard?
No.
Hold on,
So she
I
paid
gotta
attention.
text Higgins here and catch up on the chat. Okay, so have I heard Jimmy's Weed Wacka song? No. I've heard a lot of his songs. They're freaking hilarious. I love them. I need to hear it. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up on my phone instead of having to use his webpage. I think I still have a gifted membership to Jimmy's page too. Hold on. I want to make fun of you, but my husband uses castor oil for his beard per my request. Damn it. I'm throwing my phone away before I ever turn 40. Well, too late for me. I just turned 47, so I guess I'm screwed. Sarah, you're hot. After 40, they just flirt on Facebook. Oh my God, Zach. These pickup lines. Are you tired? Because you've been running through my mind all day. Are you a money market account? Because you're gaining my interests. Oh yeah, what's up? Corny ones. They make me laugh. They're just freaking hilarious. Sarah, you could marry Zach. I mean, it would get the job done, but no guarantee on the satisfaction it would provide you. You guys are cracking me up. Bye, Dodo. Have a great night. All right. What was that song called now? Oh, Jimmy Weed Whacker song. Hold on, let me go to Jimmy's page on my phone. I'm assuming you mean Auntie Deb, Jimmy, right? I'm waiting for Zach to sign the papers. He's been on the couch for months. Oh, Malin, can you send it to my Discord? Make things nice and easy. Thank you. You're awesome. I love you guys. Bear with me a moment. I just saw Barbara's post in my Discord. It says, don't forget to set your clocks away from seasonal depression and back to regular depression, but with extra sun. All right. Which page did you put it in, Maylin? I didn't click the link because I'm on my phone, but I saw the link pop up. In Discord. Yeah, which... Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I found it. I got it. I'm just a boomer. I can't help it. Here we go. Let's listen. Oh, yeah, this one. Yes, I've heard this one.
Yo, silly, a drunk at the hilly. I can't beat it, and I can't find my willy. I'm just here for a little attention. Yeah, I got severe hypertension. So when you trying to get to know a hickey fella? Can't and horse fellas, mama, Mary. I don't know. I'll give it a go. ATF big show. I ain't no. Don't even man with the double D bag. Never mind, hickey. Your game is back. You the way to my weed. Your game is back. Right, see? I'm not one of the girls trying to get locked down. Prince Higgy, baby, Jameson Crown. I get down with the hippie low pump ticket. 16 whiskeys is how I get it. And you get excited for a midnight snack. I'll tell you, your game is back. You're the whacker to my weed. Your game is back. I'm not trying to hear that. See, your game is back. You're the whacker to my weed. Your game is back. I'm not trying to hear that. I like sleeping alone. This won't go all night. A little needy and strange. It's true love at first sight. I'm the real deal. I do what I gotta do. From the rip, my whole heart's for you. Your whole heart is for me. Not a half, not a quarter, not a cloud, not a face. You know what's the problem? Your trouble and your hot. I'm big, thick neck daddy Higgy. He's not. I got because you keep calling me too. Are you glad that you have walked me out? No self-doubt and you didn't come out. No last words of smother a pie. Don't diss the caterpillar and sweat the butterfly. All of them girls must have got you get. And when they see a good thing, they don't triple bypass. So this town that's right on track. Cause for me, your game's too bad. You're the whacker to my weed. Your game is back. I'm not trying to hear that. See, game is back. You're the whacker to my weed. Your game is back. I'm not trying to hear that. What am I? Another pretty face getting you a drink from my military base. All I gotta know is why did he use me? You talking? Excuse me. We can't have nothing. You ain't. Well, if we ain't getting married, then we can't be friends. I get this nothing. I think you're perfect. Pass that weed. I won't be back nothing. You better catch a flashback. Remember, you ain't tapping it. You ain't my style, and I'm not having it. All I remember from that late night kisses, I'm more than mystic, yet more than this. Well, look, I treat you good. Treat yourself better. And I'm always from my mom. Right, purple love. I treat you every day with a martini at the door. You won't last a year, you're overgrown back door. I'm known in this town, and now that's a piss. I got no one to blame but myself and my list. You keep near to me, Karen. Am I a good kisser? Don't remember a lot of girls out there that won't say no. The ones you take to your crib with first game. Boom, now all my feelings are getting fatter. All I want to do is drink booze and eat food. Tell you nice shit like chillax, dude. So when there's nothing in the fridge but a natty, just call Big Face Higgy Daddy. You want me SOP? Just ask when. Don't take a 12-step, jump off the wagon. All the confusion, you know I'll solve them. Your game is whack. My game is what? How long you have that problem? What's tobacco about is weed? Your game is whack. I ain't trying to hear that. See, your game is whack. What's tobacco about is weed? Your game is whack. I'm not trying to hear that. I'm getting out of here. Come on, Karen. I just want to know, why'd you get my number? Do you like Green Circle? Yes or no? I had a weak moment.
That is awesome. Yeah, I've heard that one because I hear a lot of his during like when he goes on break and does the advertisements, like the 80s and 90s advertisements for CDs, and you hear portions of them. They're so funny. Yeah, he is. The songs are freaking hilarious. This one though, has anyone? That's like a classic right there. Like getting higgy with it, you know, to making a song to getting jiggy with it. Dude, if no one's made one, I need to make one. That would be perfect, Jeannie Lynn. My blood sugar is whack. I'm just eating now. After the trial with Baker today, I should be more careful. Yeah. Don't worry, my blood sugar was whack earlier too. That's why I spent the first 30 minutes of my stream crying and venting. Yeah. Until Sarah saved me. So, yeah. So for all you that joined late, don't bother going back to the first 30 minutes. It's not going to do you any good to listen to me cry. Garage. I can't see every time I try to say those words like hot. I say it slower because I'm trying, and then I sound like an idiot. The same with garage. I don't know. I don't know how they say those words like that. I can't do it. Today was a depressing day, I'll tell you. I had a really bad day. I mean, really bad. Like like I said, I vented about it for the first 30 minutes of my stream. Annie was here and Sarah and everybody was so sweet listening to me. They didn't care. I felt bad. I was trying to just start the stream and let's just get started. And then as soon as Annie said hi and, you know, what's up? Are you okay? And I just was like, no, I'm not. I couldn't even say hi to her without crying. So once I got it out of my system, I was good to go. But you guys already know I'm a crier. I'm not a talker. I'm a crier. Baker is streaming from Utah. It's a girl. I forgot the name of it. Hold on, I'll tell you. Bear with me. It's out of Utah. It's about a woman who is being charged with unaliving her roommate / friend who was a liar about having cancer, probably had Munchausen's. And they believe that she gave her a lethal dose of insulin. Ooh, I just saw Baker's post. Baker said, good thing we ended for the day. Power went out in my part of the city and won't be back for hours. See you out 11:30 if power's back on. Oh, yay. Baker's going on tonight if his power's back on. So let's cross our fingers that Baker's power goes back on. And the woman's name, the trial that he's listening to, is Megan Sundwall. Megan with 2 G's. Last name is Sundwall. And they think she unalived her for, I think, $1.5 million in life insurance. Something like that. So, yeah. I can't say it or spell it correctly either, yeah. Megan Sundwall. Yeah. I'll be honest, the lawyers were both kind of boring. The prosecutor sounded like, I was literally thought for the first like 25 minutes of the prosecutor talking, I thought she was the defense attorney. That tells you like how confusing, and it's crazy. Yeah, the whole family is diabetic. Their very first witness, all they did was talk about his diabetes and how he manages it and all this stuff. It's crazy. I don't know how you make it for those late night streams. Tried to. Never can. Well, Katie, for me, it's easy because I work midnights. I try to stay late. That's why I end up in all those late night streams. On my nights off, I try to stay up and I sit around the tubes to keep me awake. I feel like I've seen an episode of the, oh yeah. Oof. Yeah. That show, I used to watch it, freaks me out. I used to watch like every show on what is it, Invest ID channel. Now I don't even bother. I'm all on the tubes and that's it. And Peacock now and then. Then when the hell are you sleeping? Never, Katie. No, I normally sleep between like 6 a.m. to like 11. But the problem is that even when I get that sleep, it's broken sleep. I rarely get more than 2 hours sleep at once. It's bad. I've been a very bad insomniac for 15 years. And with my chronic pain condition, even though it's way more under control now than it ever has been, I still have issues laying down in one position for too long. So I'm constantly trying to adjust, and I never can stay in one spot for too long, which is why I can't sleep for too long at once, which sucks. But I'm kind of used to it by now. And then I take naps, which is normally why if you see me like in Rat House Media, especially at days I stream or TVs, I normally chat for like the first 20-30 minutes and then I fall asleep until like 11, and then I end up in Baker's or now the Expert because he's been streaming later at night too. So yeah. And that's also why you guys have caught me falling asleep for 10-20 minutes while I'm streaming this trial, because some days I just can't help it. Yeah, Fear Thy Neighbor is scary. A lot of those, like what's the other ones I used to watch? I used to watch Evil Lives Here. That was a big one that I watched. Those are, I mean, they're freaky, but I don't know. I've always been interested in the true crime. It gets me working, like and my mind goes in the psychology of it all. And alrighty, everyone. Let's get back to Higgins. See if we can make it. I don't think we're going to make it through his entire cross-examination, but we'll see how far we go.
Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those 3 things?
Hug? What was the other
She
thing?
said hello, shake your hand, give you a hug.
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic.
Yeah,
No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
Luckily, my body still
It's
lets
not
me
ignoring.
nap
She was
now
working.
and just not for very long.
Can I answer now?
Sure.
She, in my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to.
Moni, I work for ortho surgeons, and right now I do their on-call for post-op patients. And then I also do shifts at the hospital now and then, so. Which is a blessing in disguise that I shouldn't admit that I can fall asleep for 20, 30 minutes now and then when I'm not getting a phone call or have work to do when I'm working from home. So it's nice. Just don't tell anyone I said that.
Yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way, no.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side.
I am a CCMA, which is a certified clinical medical assistant. So it's not a nurse, but because what happened, I'll tell you, my degrees are in psychology. But in the summer of 2021, I was working for which is Wayne County, for state funded, county funded facility. I was a case manager basically. I used to do intakes and things like that for people seeking help, mental health treatment, dual diagnosis treatment, things like that were low income, no insurance. I was one of the only people that still went into the office. And in the summer 2021, after COVID hit and working there for over a year and a half of working there during COVID, and I was still one of the only people going to the office still a year and a half later. And I would deal with the line of people waiting for help, because prior to COVID, we used to have walk-in appointments. You would be able to walk in, sign in, and just wait for the next, therapists that had an opening to at least get you in and seen and get you on the books for appointments and things like that. But when they started working from home, we had to cancel those. Well, when we started, some of our staff started coming back in office, they would somehow, it got noticed on our website that walk-in appointments were available again, and months were going by. They wouldn't fix the website. So every morning I'd walk into the office, I'd have a line of people that were doing the one thing it takes to get help, and that's seeking out treatment. And I couldn't take anymore. I had to turn so many people away every day. It was the first thing I did in the morning, was tell people, sorry, there's no one here to help you. I can get you an appointment in 3 months. And I was so tired of it. I got spit at, I got yelled at, I got screamed at, and I was going to break if I didn't get a break. So I went and got my CCMA. I got a job that paid for the testing. So I got it. I started working. Took my tests. I passed it. And I love it. It's been a nice break from the mental health. I needed it. Something completely different, and I really, really enjoy it. I used to work in the office, doing for pre and post-op patients. I got certified in doing casts and removal of stitches and doing, histories, all that good stuff. But when I could no longer work in the office, just physically, I couldn't. I found a job I could do from home. And with that certification, I was able to do some things doing just like taking care of their on calls at night, which helps. So, yeah. It was really sad. I mean, like I always preach that, and I said this even talking about the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, is that getting help and actually doing it, knowing you need help and going out and seeking help is one of the biggest things you can do for yourself. And when these people finally were able to make that decision and do it, and then I had to turn them away, it was exhausting. Welcome back, Zach. Yes, it can definitely take a toll. And it did. I couldn't take it. Katie says we didn't even notice you were gone. I don't believe you. She says you pined for me. I'm a regular Renaissance woman. Aw. You're a sweetie. I let Sarah know that if she marries you, we can't guarantee you will stay. Yes, you did. Oh, all right, guys. Here we go. Let's get back into Higgins, at least for a little while.
In the corner, isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night. No,
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it.
Okay.
And, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant, well, when are you gonna pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of, like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Can you say that again?
She'll absolutely be unsatisfied.
Well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Yeah.
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her. Yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What,
My question is she ignored the text, right?
well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text,
I could go back to school anytime. I would be a professional student if someone paid me. I don't know. I've always loved school. I'm a big dork. Okay. Okay. No marriages in Zach's future.
or she didn't see it. I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it.
Whoa, did you see Karen's face just then? Holy shit. Hold on. When Higgins says, no, she didn't respond, watch Karen roll her eyes, her facial movement, you know what I mean, her facial expression. Watch this.
So when did she respond to it?
Read into it.
Watch.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it.
Did you see it? You gotta watch it again just in case you missed it. Okay, one more time. Watch this.
So when did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
So when
I don't know what that means. What do you think that? See, if I saw that response to her facial response to the that comment, he says, "What? No, I can't even remember. I'm so focused. I was so focused on her face. Hold on.
She did not respond.
She did not respond, and she makes that face. Like, what? I wonder why she made that face. She knows he didn't respond. I mean, she knows she didn't respond, but maybe it's because we all didn't notice her really flirting with him. We didn't notice until just recently on the video when it was pointed out that she was pushed his arm and gave him attention. And we thought she didn't give him any. Right? I don't know if that's the case. I don't know. I truly think Higgins didn't feel ignored that night. This is probably the only part of his testimony I truly think he was being truthful. And now I understand why I couldn't see any deception. What really bothered me more than anything is if you watch Paul O'Keefe sitting here, he just can't take his eyes off Karen. And ever since finding out that he blew a kiss at her, I'm creeped out. He creeps me out. I'm sorry, but he just does. Katie. Oh my God, Zach. Someone asked boobs or butt, and I thought I would get out of the question, so I said I liked athletic arms and legs. If Bev wasn't watching KR like a hawk, she probably would have flipped him off. Yeah, I know, right? God. I'm surprised that Auntie Bev didn't say anything about that face she just made there. That was not even hidden. That was like, whoa. She must have not been looking. Oh, geez. They turned it into Zach likes limbs. Yeah, he's creeper. He's a creeper. He gives creepy vibes. When I found out he blew Karen a kiss, and then the other day, you guys were here? I know some of you were when we watched the Diller apology. When Paul O'Keefe saw he was on camera, he ran so fast away from that. He's like, he probably realized how creeper he looked on these cameras. Like, I can't be on camera again. I'm gonna look like creeper. Don't be mean, Zach. You're not mean. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Uh-oh.
So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if everybody's hurting out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to
Hey,
34
Lynn, you're
Fairview
the
with,
best.
certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John
Thank
O'Keefe?
you.
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that?
No.
Acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
Well, that's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too, correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation, and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
At 2:20?
Sorry, 12:20.
12:20, yeah.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with a plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with court permission, exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview.
Yeah, I did
not
too,
photograph.
Jeannie.
Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
You see the mailbox, which is about right there.
Yes.
Okay. Where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about
Oh, Sarah,
around
we're
equal
talking
with
about
the male.
Paul O'Keefe. We think Paul O'Keefe had a thing for Karen. Uh-oh, no boxing in the chat. All right, be nice. Be nice. But there wasn't any snow. Are you sure? Wait, shouldn't we ask someone if there was snow? Damn it. Yeah, I don't get that whole shit. Like, he said that what he said was the ground was still, what did he say? The ground was still dark because people were driving on it, but the sidewalk or whatever had a layer. I'm not quite sure what word he used, but it definitely wasn't enough to plow. I mean, geez, oh, Pete. Yep.
Mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you moved it 1,000 from there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, move that about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. We a laser pointer is it would be the front
Okay, so the front of the Jeep was facing the flagpole,
towards Chapman Street, correct?
and the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6 foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6
foot,
foot, meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 feet, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay.
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
Okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right.
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like I guess I'm picturing in my mind. I don't know that I've ever seen one.
Zach, happily single women can be the best buddies too, just so you know.
Front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving straight locally, where you're not going to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating. So I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening.
I was like I would describe it as diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with
no,
Brian Albert.
Sorry. No. Listen, Zach, I never want to get married again, okay? I am happily single, doing what I want, when I want. Now, I'm not going to say never again, but right now, I am happily where I'm at. And most of my friends are guys, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately, but you know what I'm saying. And trust me, never been like that. Nope. And plus, I have never had a feelings for a married guy. Like once I know they're with someone, like any idea of trying to like them or wanting to like them goes right out the window. Sorry, not attracted to guys who are already taken. Well, all women are a little crazy, but we're not all like 5150 crazy. That's on a different level. Yeah, so are all men. Exactly. No such thing as no. Well, okay. Okay. There's a difference between having a fuck buddy, for lack of a better word for it, and saying that no strings will be attached. Because yeah, I mean, once you're intimate, of course, women's emotions kick in. Can't be. No, I agree. It's human nature. I mean, it's your hormones, it's pheromones, it's all of those things. I'm talking about women who are happily single, just being friends with the guy, like where there's no romance, no making out, no kissing, no nothing. Totally different. I'm not going to block you, Katie. Whatever. Shut up. Like I said, it's completely different once, like, you get physical. Even if it's just a tiny bit, and even if you just give them a peck on the cheek, it's totally different. Hormones, pheromones, loud moans, exactly. You get my drift. My Jeep is more manly than Higgins' Jeep. My mom always said our sex organs are on the inside, closer to our hearts. The thing is, the biggest sex organ is your brain. It is. I mean, and I could go into a whole spiel about that, but let's not do that today. That'll be for a psych lesson. All right, Zach. Well, you have a good night. Maybe I'll see you on Baker's chat later. Yeah, it did take a turn quick, didn't it? Loud moans are my favorite. Nice, Moni. Really nice. Well, if a guy can't make you moan, I mean, what's the point? Yellowstone? If you know, you know. You always inspire chaos in the chat, Zach. Oh, he just went live? Damn it. He always goes live. And then I'm like, shit. I'm going to miss the beginning. I want to get through Higgins' testimony. All right. What is it? 7:30? We've been streaming for what? 5 hours now? All right, guys. Let's take a break. We'll finish Higgins tomorrow. Him and Dean are just talking. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Didn't even live for a while. Oh, damn it. When did they go live then? How'd I miss it? Normally I get a pop-up or something. Yeah, we're going to pause Higgy anyway. It's been 5 hours. We'll take a break from getting Higgy with it. Yes, everybody, smash that like and subscribe button on your way out, please. Share it to someone you might think enjoyed the channel with us. And I will look forward to seeing all my peeps in the chats. And we will continue getting Higgy with it tomorrow. Tomorrow will probably go on a little earlier than today. As long as shit don't hit the fan tomorrow, we'll be all good to go. And everybody, have a great night. I love you all. See you soon. Bye.